Hi, Wendy. Can you unmute yourself and can we do a quick test?
Sure. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Great. Thank you.
Okay, thanks.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the April 24th City of Courtenay Council meeting. I'll begin by respectfully acknowledging that the land we gather on is unceded territory of the Comox First Nation, the traditional keepers of this land. Our first item is the adoption of minutes from the regular council meeting of April 10th. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Frisch. Any discussion? Seeing none, any opposed to the adoption of the minutes? And that's carried. We have a couple of delegations tonight. Our first one is called Enhancing Business Bylaws for Visually Impaired Access. And I believe this is a delegation by Julia Tate. Welcome.
Hello, my name is Julia Tate, and I have come to you tonight to talk about improving safety in Courtney. So my background is being born and raised in Comox. I've lived here all my life, but I'm also legally blind and hearing impaired. It goes with my weird syndrome titled Apert syndrome, and it's had its challenges every single day, but I continue to go forward even with those challenges. I have been in 2 books to teach snowboard and ski instructors how to work with students who have visual and hearing impairments. And so this subject is really important to me because of that. Next slide, please. So the issue is the changes in the elevation without any visual edges. It's really tricky to see them, especially, when it comes to getting dusk or even when it's not like lit or any of that. And the curbs without step downs are also a challenge. I always find myself falling, and it honestly scares me when I go out and about in public, because I am just worried about if I fall, how am I going to get up? And it's very scary. And also the stairs into offices and businesses are also a real hazard for me as well. I find myself having to count stairs whenever I go up and down, like repeatedly stairs that I know of, so that I know when to step up and down, but having them painted would make it a lot easier on me. So the first example I give you tonight, great visual cues. This is the old church on Hermston. I don't go here myself, but I know several people who do go there. And there's definitely seniors who use those stairs. And so for me, it wouldn't just help me out by painting these stairs. It would help seniors who have mobility challenges. It would help people who have different abilities, and anybody who accesses these stairs who have some form of visual impairment. And as long as the colors are bright yellow or white, just like in the photos, it's easier to see. And my vision just to give you an example, my vision is like looking through a pair of dirty sunglasses. It is very hard to see. And then you put hearing impairment on top of that. It's like having muffled hearing and then the vision of the dirty sunglasses at the same time. Definitely has its challenges. So these are examples of worn out paint from the stairs on the right. Sorry. The stairs on the right definitely getting worn out, along with the 2 step-up curbs there. The one I believe is the Curious Cat and in Courtney. And then, yeah, those are just examples of one help me. So the next one, is the. Okay. So these are examples of no paint, highly dangerous. The Falcon Restaurant on the far left, the library, the middle one, and the Elks Hall, the far right one. Places that a lot of people gather, especially seniors. And again, it would be really helpful if we could see some paint on these places, because for people, it would just make it easier. So examples of no paint part 2. I couldn't fit everything into part 1. So the bulk burn entrance are on the far left, the Sid Williams Theater entrance, middle one, and the Scotiabank on the far right are also definitely well-trafficked areas for many people. And it's hard. I've actually fallen over the bulk burn entrance step quite a few times, and it hurts. Honestly, it hurts when you fall. And I found that city-owned places like the gallery and the library, especially problematic. And because the city owns these properties, it is responsible for the upkeep of the visual cues, which makes it definitely more hard for me. And yeah, I just would love if these kind of things could be fixed somehow, some way. So my ask is that if you could change your bylaws for businesses to ensure that those who are visually impaired can access these spaces without putting themselves in danger. On public spaces like the library, the art gallery, stairs between the Philbrook and Native Sons Hall and the Sid Williams Theater, I would like the city to please paint these steps themselves, please. On privately owned spaces, I would also like the city to change its bylaws so that whenever a company needs to be paid in and upkeep with it can just do it without permission. And finally, find a way in the budget to keep up to date on all these areas. I know it's a huge ask, and I know that money is the biggest thing when it comes to all of this. But I just would love to find a way, because where there's a will, there's a way. And thank you so much for letting me come here tonight to talk to you all.
Thank you so much for the presentation, Julia. This is really important for us to hear from you, and I really appreciate you sharing your perspective and your background and context with some clear solutions on how we can make our community safer and more enjoyable. And with that, I'm going to pass the mic over to Director Hillian.
Thanks, Acting Mayor, and thanks very much, Julia. I really appreciate you being here tonight. It would be wonderful if our community was up to date and accessible for everyone. But we do rely on people such as yourself to come forward and point out when things are not up to scratch. And the issues that you've raised, I don't think money should be an obstacle to a lick of paint here and there that would make quite a difference to safety and accessibility for everyone. And I just really applaud you for coming here and speaking up in public, which is not an easy thing to do. And for all the issues that you've dealt with in being the person that you are today. So thanks so much for sharing with us tonight.
Thank you so much. I was definitely nervous.
That's very understandable. And I'm not sure if you're aware, but we don't deal with the delegation request the night of the meeting, but this will come back and we will be able to discuss it as a council and with our staff at a future meeting. So thank you again for joining us today and being brave despite your nervousness.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Well done.
Oh, hang on, Julia. We have one more question or comment from Councillor Morin.
Hi, Julia. Thank you for coming tonight. I'm under the weather, so I'm trying not to spread my germs in person, but yeah, I agree with what Councillor Hillian said, and I also wondered if staff would be able to just give a very brief update on some of the accessibility work that we've been doing, just in a couple sentences, because I know there was provincial legislation, and I'm hoping that we will see way more improvements such as what you've described going forward.
Thank you, through the acting mayor, Councillor Morin. Thank you very much for the delegation. Council is aware we're undertaking a number of initiatives relative to the requirements for accessibility policies. We have an overall framework that has been considered region-wide. That conversation happened at the regional district table and involved all the municipalities. We have an audit that was funded through a grant that's being delivered through our Development Services Department. We have ongoing facilities work through our Operational Services Department. And then we have work that the Recreation Services area is doing on facilities themselves. And then we also have, we will be bringing forward through the Legislative Services Department, there's a lot of departments involved, our own accessibility policies that will, and subsequently implementation of that, either by regulations for our own implementation into development approvals, and as well as kind of like a potential that we can use either in advisory or where we have the authority. So it's there's a lot of work underway, and it, in an ideal world, it all meshes together, and we'll do our very best to do that. Thank you very much.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for, I just thought it'd be nice for Julia to hear that, excuse me, it's in the work plan. Thanks so much.
I see that Councillor Jolicoeur would also like to speak, so please go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. And thanks so much for your presentation, Julia, and for your clearly defined ask. I guess my question, and just, yeah, wanting to echo my thanks again, similar to Director or Councillor Hillian. But my ask is really to this staff, as it relates to, I guess, that second paragraph here on what's on the screen now, as it relates to city-owned property or partner-owned properties. Is there, in our general operations divisions activities with facilities, is these types of assessments around painting steps and the other examples that Julia shared, are these something that could be potentially just included in the day-to-day operations of our facilities team?
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Throughout the community, we undertake painting to identify risk avoidance, and this specific presentation will look at what is planned and will notify council in that regard. We pretty regularly do that. Much of it is weather dependent, because when, you know, if you have the time and you apply the paint in certain circumstances, unless we have good weather, it doesn't stick, and then we find ourselves in the situation that may be this case. So we'll definitely, we have a meeting in 2 weeks. I think it's roughly 2 weeks, our next council meeting, and we'll have some information should council give us that direction as a follow-up to the delegation.
Okay, thanks.
Thanks for that, and thanks again for coming tonight, Julia.
Thank you.
Our next delegation tonight is related to 3120 Dove Creek Place. It's a delegation by Rhonda Possegate. I'm not sure if I'm saying your last name right. You can Posegate. Welcome. If you want to come to the podium, you can just, would you mind hitting the button on that mic just so there's not two on at the end of the table there? Yeah, and then press the one at the podium. And I can turn you on. Please go ahead. Thank you.
Okay, so my name is Rhonda Posegate. First time doing this, I'm nervous, so some of my words might get jumbled. We live at 3120 Dove Creek Place. Apparently there was either a bridge there or a bridge going to be put there. It is no longer there. Now it's just a dead-end cul-de-sac. It has turned into party central, to say the least. There's drug deals, there's donuts. It's not a one-off donut. I mean, they're doing 15 to 22 donuts at a time. They're shooting fireworks at horses, at our horses, at the therapy horses on the other side of the road. They've been jumping fences to get into the pastures with the horses. We have had to put up electric fencing to stop that. They still keep jumping the fences. Now, us, along with the therapy side, have had to put another electric fence 5 feet from the original fence to keep the horses back, to try and save them from people throwing things at them and terrorizing them. There's all kinds of things that happen out at the circle. There's all kinds of things left in the ditch. Currently, there's 4 elk legs that have been there for about a month and a half. Not the whole elk, just the legs. Dirty diapers, dog poop bags that are full, used condoms, panties. It is nonstop, day, night. The street racing. Last summer, there was guys sitting in lawn chairs drinking Red Bull and vodka and street racing on their motorcycles up and down Dove Creek. It is been a hot spot for the party scene, I guess, for a number of years. Apparently it's been going downhill for quite some time. And we're just asking, there's some barriers at the end of the cul-de-sac that block the trailhead. And what we are asking is if we can move 2 or 3 of the barriers to just past our driveway to block the entrance to the cul-de-sac. And that would effectively end the smoke shows, the gathering for partying, the drug deals, all of that. We've offered to move them ourselves to save you guys time and money. We have no problem with that. We have a tractor, we can drag them over. I have sent a plethora of videos to you all. I don't expect you to watch them all, but there's thousands more. The videos we've gone with, there's an interview on Check 6 News that we've done, begging people to please stop terrorizing the horses. Yeah, that's kind of where we sit. We were just asking to move the barriers down to block that cul-de-sac off, and effectively help us stop them from terrorizing the horses on both sides of the road down there.
I think you did a good job. I'm Tristan Kohler. I'm the homeowner there. I was just going to mention one of the things that Rhonda has done, though we've all done it, we've been involved with the police to try to get the RCMP to cut down on some of these incidents. Rhonda's got a sheet there of just the last 365 days. There's over 50 calls to the police, including a 911 call. So we've had a long history of trying to involve the police in solving this problem. The cul-de-sac, the problem with the cul-de-sac is it's a little bit remote. It's a little bit out of the way. And so there's just a lot of bad behavior there that's going on. And especially the street racing and the fireworks and the bothering of the horses are really, in my mind, the biggest issues. But it disturbs our peace. I know that you worked with that one gentleman, Paul, in the city, who actually, I thought we might have this on a slide, but he actually came up with a location for the barriers. I don't know if anyone has seen that.
I don't think so.
No one's seen it. Okay.
I should have printed.
Okay.
Something else I also wanted to add, which I forgot. At this point, there is between 6 to 13 vehicles a day that pull off just to use the circle as a toilet. They don't walk off into the bushes. They don't do it in the ditch. They do it in the center of the circle. Last weekend, there was a horse show at the exhibition grounds. There were hundreds of children everywhere. And there were grown men just whipping out their junk and peeing in front of these children out there. It's a problem.
And if I could just add, if anyone on the council hasn't Googled Check 6 News, if you just Google Check 6 News Dove Creek, that news interview will come up right away and includes some of the videos that we've taken. You know, the drag racing, the donuts, fireworks. I don't know what else it has, but that's a good introduction.
People throwing sticks at the horses over the fence. We had put signs up to please leave the animals alone because you are on camera. And they walk right up to the fence and destroy the sign, take it down. They don't care. They're on video and they know it. And I think I have never done this, so I don't know what's next.
I'm just making sure that you've had your chance to speak and that you've expressed everything that you wanted to share with us tonight. So I just didn't want to cut you off, and thanks for articulating the situation that you're experiencing so well. It sounds like there's a lot of disruptive and disturbing things that have been happening in front of your place that have been really hard to deal with. So I'm sorry to hear about that.
It's gotten to the point where I've chased him with a bat. I have been sleeping in my SUV in the driveway for months now, just trying to make sure they don't hurt the horses. Bylaw does not come out there. He said he has. We've been there 3 years. We've seen them once, and it was during Music Fest. Even if bylaw were to come, it's not going to stop. The kids from Vanier on their lunch break are out there. Before school, they're out there. After school, they're out there. And then at night, it's a mixture of kids and adults. Adults that are well past the age of knowing better.
Yeah, and it sounds like there is a lot of activity that is probably best managed by the RCMP from what you're describing.
They've told me several times to stop. I've gone out there, I've actually blocked them in and held them for the RCMP to come out. And that particular night, I think there were 5 DUIs given and 5 vehicles impounded. I've taken a video of kids selling something out of their backpack to Vanier and showed the principal, and I told them, you know, either you fix this or I'm going to get real loud. He had the kids come out and pick up garbage. It was quiet for 3 days, and then it just amped up tenfold.
Okay, so just to be clear, the request of the city at this point is to consider whether or not we can move those barriers. The other question I had is, it's my understanding that the road has multiple jurisdictions, that the Ministry of Transportation owns one side. And I guess my other question is whether or not you've had any dialogue with the Ministry of Transportation on the issues that you've raised with us.
We have. It's been 17 months and I've been passed around like a tray of hors d'oeuvres, from city to regional to highway to RCMP and around and around and around. Department of Highway said literally they have zero reason why I was even calling them, that it's an RCMP issue and a city issue on moving the barriers. It had nothing to do with them. There is a gate to get onto the pasture on the therapy side. That gate is used once a year for Music Fest. Other than that, it is padlocked shut because of people tormenting and terrorizing the animals over there. There's nothing down there except that dead end.
Okay, thanks. And Councillor Frisch would like to ask a question.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. Completely sympathize with how disturbing it can be. You know, people doing donuts and wreaking havoc in the neighborhood. 2 questions. One, there's a video of a man throwing something across the fence. What was that?
Sticks.
Okay,
He's a regular. He comes out generally 3 times a week. And no matter where the horses are on either side of the fence, he throws sticks or rocks at them.
and the other question I had was, I guess I'm not quite sure on where you want to move the barriers to. Can you just describe to me how far up the road you're thinking would
Yeah,
make a
absolutely.
difference?
To be honest, we just past our driveway, honestly, we just want the circle cut off. If that means right at our driveway, so be it. If that means a little farther down, but still cutting off the circle, that's fine too. That would cut, honestly, probably 97% of the issue because it's just a big gather spot for partiers. There was a little grandma that used to pick up garbage 2 days a week and the kids ran her off, and I won't even use the language they used on her.
Sure. And it seems like there would still be a job for the RCMP if people are still coming out in their cars and drinking
Part of-
alcohol and that sort of thing.
Part of
having
the
parties.
problem with the RCMP and where we live is it's taking them 45 minutes plus to get to us. And by that time, the kids are long gone. They started telling me if I gave them a license plate video that they could do something. And I did that. And then they said they needed face and a license plate in the video. I did that. And then they said, well, no, because we can't prove that it was them driving. So that's when I started going out there and just standing in the middle of the road, blocking them in and holding them until the RCMP came. Because that way, I mean, they're right there. You can't dispute who's driving, who's doing what. And the RCMP told me that's a big no-no.
Fair enough.
If I can just add, we think the issue is that people are gathering in this circle. They're kind of out of sight, out of mind, and that's where they hang out. And our thinking is that if the barricades were moved up just past our driveway, then it's just a road. You can't really, a dead end road. You can't really do donuts on a dead end road because it's too narrow. It's the circle that kind of enables it. And we'd also would make our driveway available if any, city vehicles or emergency vehicles or the plow needed to turn around, they could use our driveway to turn around. If you put the barriers 10 meters from our driveway down towards the circle, there'd still be an L there for vehicles to turn around. Because that was the one thing that someone mentioned is, how does a snow plow turn around? Well, it could turn around in our driveway. We'd make that available.
Okay, well, thank you very much.
I don't see any other lights on, and our 2 counselors online don't have their hands up. So I think we're done with the discussion. And as it was explained earlier, we will revisit your request at a future meeting. So thanks again for coming tonight and discussing this.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so moving on to staff reports. Our first item is 5.1.1 sidewalk patio policy. Did staff want to speak to this?
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, Ms. Wade will just Ms. Goddard, I think is going to speak to this item. No?
Yes. Thank you. Thank you. I always have trouble with the mic. Thank you. So the purpose of the report before you is to consider a policy to formalize the existing pilot program on the use of public sidewalks and on-street parking stalls for business, cafe, or restaurant use in the downtown Courtenay Business Improvement Association area. So there have been 42 applications since 2016, which was the first year the program was in place, and most of those are reoccurring applications. The intention at the time of the pilot was always to formalize the program, and so that's the opportunity before you today. And just some real highlights in the changes are so I should say, firstly, the policy does actually formalize a lot of the existing practice, existing guidelines, and then also offers a few additions and changes. So the changes are reducing the number of parking stalls that could be used for the sidewalk patios from 3 to 2. And this is to balance the goals of having both parking for public use with the private exclusive use for the businesses in that precious space. Another change is the adjusted seasonal date. So the current program is from May 1st to November 30th in Courtney. And just the weather seems to cooperate better to have it adjusted to April to the end of October. That's a little closer to Cumberland's, for instance, their program. And also allowing more flexibility in design, provided that safety and accessibility needs are met. And then there is one a particular new element to the policy, and that is the use of a legal occupation agreement that would formalize the legal relationship between the city and the business beyond, we use a permitting system right now. This would be a more a legal and formal arrangement. They are not registered on title. And then also there's a fee change as well. So firstly is simply the application fee from $50 to $125 to reflect administrative work, but also a new fee to acknowledge that the businesses are having exclusive use of public space. And so that is a common practice when businesses are using public space exclusively. And those fees are outlined as $5 per meter squared of sidewalk use or $100 per parking stall. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thanks for that report. And I will pass it to Councillor Hillian first.
Thanks, Mayor. I don't have any questions, but I'd like to move the recommendation that council adopt sidewalk patio policy DSL1 to establish a permanent patio program, and that council direct staff to prepare the required bylaw amendments to the City of Courtney fees and charges bylaw number 1673, 1992.
I believe the process that we've agreed to is that we allow the discussion to happen in advance of moving the motion, and both Councillor Morin and Jolicoeur have their hands up. So I'm just going to hold off on moving the motion and allow the speakers to go first. Thanks. I'm not sure which of you had your hand up first, so I'll just go with Councillor Morin. Go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I just had a question. I was trying to find it in the report, but of course I can't find it now. The reference to adjoining businesses basically need to give approval. And I guess I was wondering if a business is sold or a new business comes in after that approval's been given, is there any recourse for a new business to veto that in any way? I'm not sure if you know where that is in the report. I'm still trying to find it.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get mics on here. I think we go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor McCormick, to Councillor Morin. Just for a point of clarification, so when the process starts, it's a requirement for the adjacent business to support if it goes in front of a frontage, and to have that support. If the business was sold during that permit, it would be, the permit would be traveling with the how it had been issued, but it would, for the next year, then that new business person would have the opportunity to voice their support or non-support.
Right. So if it was a new business owner or a new business that came in.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
And we have Councillor Frisch up next. Please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. Thanks for the report. As all of you might know, I'm a big supporter of this program. I had a question. Well, that adjacent property support, you mentioned it's only if the patio sort of extends beyond the frontage. So if a business wanted to do and it's only the width of the frontage, then they don't really need the support, so to speak. That makes sense. And I was kind of wondering about the winter one that happened during COVID. It seemed like it was fairly popular and useful, but are we thinking of kind of doing away with that possibility for businesses to have a covered patio in the wintertime? Through the mayor, of course.
Waiting for Mike to come up. There we go. Don't press it a second time.
Reminded.
Go ahead.
Thank you. It's the red and the green that are confusing me. Thank you. It's in answer to the seasonality question. So the policy is formalizing that it indeed remains the more summer program, the April to the October. I will acknowledge, and there's a few operational considerations with just how, snow can accumulate in the winter, and that's not ideal from those maintenance perspectives. I will note, and the report notes this as well, that we do have our eye on use of sidewalks, of streets, of public streets and parking spots for wider amenity spaces. And it's in support of the downtown playbook. So I would say that moving forward, as we have a chance to explore more downtown types of planning and revitalization initiatives and concepts, that seasonality could potentially change. But right now the policy is meant to be just for the dates mentioned, and we will definitely be monitoring and reviewing the permits and people's interest and feedback.
That's really great. And I like to hear that you have your eye on other things like parklets and stuff going forward, but I'm happy to support this. Thank you.
Thanks for those comments. And I believe Councillor Jolicoeur is next.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, also really happy to see this come forward. Also, I think some of my colleagues know that this was a passion of mine, and I've been done some consultation with the DCBIA on formalizing and making this program more permanent rather than temporary. And so happy to see the staff report. I guess I have a few questions. One, it speaks to the engagement that went into the policy as it's presented in the staff report with the DCBIA, but I'm curious if staff can speak to any engagement that they've had with either the most previous existing permit holders for the patios and any historical patio businesses in the community to understand how this policy might impact their seasonal application.
Through Acting Mayor McCollum to Councillor Jolicoeur. Yes, in the past, my understanding is that there had not been a lot of consultation, but we did meet before this policy was finalized with the owners of the patios and with the DCB. And we did get comments and feedback from them, and what we have said is we will continue engagement with the DCB and the patio owners. They had some suggestions, and we would like to work with them on updates and monitoring, and if we have to make some proposed changes for 2025, bring that forward for council's consideration.
Thanks for that. Can I get another one, Acting Mayor?
Yes, there's no other lights on, so you can go ahead.
Yeah, I think I had a few other questions, but just to staff's comments around the kind of common practice across municipal government around permits and legal occupation agreements. And when I was reading the staff report, I just want to make it abundantly clear the fees that we're talking about. So I think that the $125 application fee is clear, but the legal occupation agreement, that is either the $100 per stall, parking stall, or the per square meter. There's no additional fee for the actual legal occupation agreement. Is that correct?
Through Acting Mayor McCollum to Councillor Jolicoeur, how it's set up is that there's an application fee changing from 50 to 125. And then the square footage, which is for the sidewalk or public lands where a patio may be, is $5 a meter squared on an annual basis. And then for any parking stall, it's just a flat $100 for an annual fee.
Okay, thanks for the clarification. Do you have one more, Acting Mayor? But if there's others.
No, you can proceed.
Okay. Under the page 4 of the discussion, the moving from 3 to 2, had two questions, but I'll focus my time on the piece around not to be located within. And there's a few sub bullets there that speak to some of the parameters that we'll be including in the policy. And specifically, having just read the reports last Friday and was downtown on Saturday night, walked along 5th Street, and I just, curious around how the existing or the previous from last season's permit holders would fit into that, because I did see a few of our beautiful light poles near some of those businesses. So I just wanted to make sure that we were ensuring that there might not be any unintended consequences with this policy as it relates to previously approved designs and locations of patios.
Through Acting Mayor McCollum to Councillor Jolker. Yes, so the idea is that we would review it, but we're going to be looking at it in consultation with operations just to make sure that there's no access that is being blocked to whatever the facility might be it a light standard, etc. So, because we just have to make sure we have access to that. And so there is some flexibility in that, and it'll be part of the design review for the patio permits that are submitted.
Thank you.
Thanks, that's helpful. Yeah, and I don't see any other lights on, and I also had a question around the parking stall limitation. I believe we had at least one that was using more than 2 stalls, so that would have an impact on what that would look like going forward. And in my mind, a vibrant downtown is a place for where people can gather, and we are talking about patios in the summertime, which is a time when people are walking and cycling more than in the winter. And it also seems to me that our parking is at the highest premium kind of more in December when people are shopping and a little bit more tied to getting around in their vehicles. So I just want to better understand making that change, because I personally, I haven't really observed a lot of constraints around parking in the summer months. And I do think it really adds to the vibrancy of our downtown, having those spaces available. So I do have some hesitancy around that change. So I'd like to hear more on the rationale.
To Acting Mayor McCollum, yes, really good questions. Having been familiar with sidewalk policies in resort towns as well as, City of Courtenay and other areas, one of the issues is the constant debate amongst the number of parking stalls required by businesses in the area, and also the design of the patios themselves. So we in this policy have said that the guidelines that were in the pilot project are flexible now, so that you can then design amongst the 2 parking stalls. So it's about the design of the patio. And so how you utilize that space in a way that doesn't impact further parking. So it's a balancing between the parking for the businesses and the activity on the street. And so that's where that has come from. And in our research, that is pretty much the standard in other municipalities, including the municipalities closest to us as well.
And picking up on that, because the other place that I've seen patios used in angled parking is downtown Kelowna. And I mean, it was years ago, but it seemed to me that the entire side of one street had all been transitioned to patio spaces, and that the parking was essentially used up. And on the last block of one of their main streets, and there were fairly large patios. And so I don't know if you can speak to that context, but that's, I mean, the first time I saw that, I thought like, wow, this is so nice. Of course, I wasn't looking for a parking spot at the time. But if the business is 3 spaces wide and they're not taking a spot from a neighboring business, is there really a trade-off there from 2 to 3? And have we received complaints over the 3? Is that what the issue is?
And through to Councilman McCollum, we have received some comments about the 3 versus the 2. and just impact on other businesses that are beside. So, and then there's also other tools like parklets and how do we form those and frontages. And I know for example, in Revelstoke, we actually did do a city-owned parklet where we actually worked with the businesses for sitting and relaxation. So there's other tools that we can look at, and we can certainly take that away and look at it for, an update in 2025.
Okay, thank you. And Director Jolicoeur. Go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. And that just spurred my other curiosities that I've had around. In the staff report, it says the analysis of downtown Cumberland and downtown Comox, which I don't know, off by heart, but I'm pretty sure there is no angled parking in those communities. And so I do get curious around the applicability of a policy that says moving from 3 stalls to 2 stalls when those lengths are in fact different between parallel parking stalls and angled parking stalls. So I'm wondering how the policy rectifies that. And in particular, in follow-up to Acting Mayor McCollum's comments, businesses pay their frontage tax. And so I actually see, if it's in front of the business, it's the frontage of what they're paying, then that should, I'm just not quite clear why we would minimize what their available space would be. So I'm wondering if you can comment on those 2 things.
Councillor McCollum to Councillor Jolicoeur. It's the design, how you design it. You can certainly put the actual patios in angled parking. And it's designing how it fits within it so it doesn't go in front of another frontage unless you had approval, right, from that neighboring business that they were supportive of crossing over their frontage. So there's a couple of options there in regards to that. And I will highlight that angled parking is very tricky when it comes to doing patios and parklets. And you might be familiar with, there is one that's an angled parking in Port Alberni. So you might be familiar with that one.
Thanks for
And then
that.
just the comment on the frontage.
Just one moment. Our CAO will respond.
Through the acting mayor, perhaps our director of finance may speak to frontage taxes as it relates to this. I don't think there's a matter of frontage as it relates to, if I understand the question correctly, there's no fees and charges or utilities related to that frontage. I don't believe there is water and sewer, but it's not a matter that's addressed. Maybe perhaps through the acting mayor back to Councillor Jolicoeur. I'm not 100% clear on the question as it relates to frontage charges.
Yeah, I think if I were to reword it, is that, businesses and our landowners downtown pay a frontage tax or frontage fee every year. And so if we were to use that as a framework in understanding what would be available to them, is that the frontage of their business, right? And so in the case of the angled parking, that potentially, depending on the building, could be more than 2 parking stalls. Could be 3, could be 4, depending on the building and the business that's in there. So that's kind of where I'm going with my thinking and what might be inadvertently impacting what someone might see as something that they're already paying for in terms of that distance of their business.
Again, perhaps Mr. Langmuir. I guess I would, I'm not sure that we have a transferable example and understand the councillor's question through, sorry, my apologies, through the acting mayor. One item of note, I guess there's a lot of conversations about business input. We just want to acknowledge that this area is subject to a business improvement area, which is a local service area, which actually has an organization that represents it. So we have both individual businesses that are engaged here, as well as the wider business improvement area, which has strategy and input, et cetera. So we have in front of, for council's consideration, a policy. There's a discussion around it being updated. We're monitoring it. I would say we are under some constraints to hopefully respond in a reasonable time to take advantage of the nice weather for outdoor spaces. We all made aware through COVID that both great revenue opportunities and business enhancement, as well as enjoyment and destination benefits of outdoor eating and recreation areas. So if council is willing to move forward with the recommendation, we can monitor and we can work on a case-by-case basis through that. And I would suggest that in the 3 years that I've been at the table with the Downtown Courtenay BIA, there are a variety of opinions around the topic of vitality and parking. And we do, in this case, actually have a organized group which represents the entirety of the business area, where we may have some ability to get some input as we walk through this policy, see how it rolls out, and then get some feedback. We also will be receiving, sorry, this is very long, Mr. Shaw through the Operational Services Department will coming back with traffic study information. So there's as the web with accessibility things, there is quite an interconnected bit of information that's about to arrive with council as it relates to parking as well. And I offer that for your consideration. Thank you.
Thanks, Yael. And Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. I just want to give a little history on the patios. This was actually an idea brought forward by Dina Simkin of High Tide originally, asking that, could we maybe move this forward in council in 2015? And she saw the benefit, of course, of having more people hanging out downtown on the streets, enjoying and community building, and how good it was for both business and the general public. Obviously, when we do a bylaw like this, it's not perfect. And as our CEO mentioned, there's a plethora of ideas on how it could be better or how it's no good. And personally, I think there are lots of things I'd change in this if it was just up to me, but it's not. And it's not really just up to council either. There's lots of people to look at to get their input, including the DCBIA and individual businesses. So I'm really happy to move forward with this. And, if it was up to me as someone who's currently driving a lot, shuttling kids around and looking for parking spaces, I'm in favor of getting rid of all the parking on Fifth Street, but that's not really up for discussion tonight. So anyways, I hope we can move forward on this and look forward to seeing more patios downtown.
I don't see any other lights on, so if you want to make a motion. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Frisch. Any discussion on the motion? We've had plenty. I'll call for anyone opposed. Seeing none, that's carried unanimously. And on to item 5.1.2, short-term rental regulation, Bill 35. And I'll pass this to staff.
Thank you, Acting Mayor McCollum and Council. Really pleased to be before you this evening to introduce our update for short-term rental accommodations to address Bill 35. And we are here before you tonight to request some direction and move forward with amendments to the appropriate bylaws that will support the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act that will be best suited for our city. And those three bylaws would be the business licensing bylaw, the zoning bylaw, and the municipal ticketing information bylaw. I would also like to just note that our consultant Hazel Christie is in the audience tonight, who has been supporting staff in the short-term rental along with the SHMU zoning, and has been quite helpful in us preparing this and has a lot of experience in this area. So I just wanted to highlight that the bill 35 comes into effect as of May 1st of this year. And because we meet the criteria of 10,000 population and we have less than a 3% vacancy rate, these regulations automatically apply to us. And what council is doing with this report is actually looking at a made for Courtenay proposal with a number of items so that it can address council's strategic priorities with short-term rental housing and how it impacts housing supply, and also within the OCP, the affordable housing objectives, and one in particular, number 12, where it's been a priority to actually do a short-term rental bylaw. So what we are recommending is that we have a number of items that we've highlighted in the report. And we have thrown out some ideas of what we think as staff, and we're seeking council's feedback on those so that we can then formulate the amending bylaws to bring back for consideration. We wanted to highlight that through our housing needs assessment, the consultants that were retained by the CBRD, Turner, Drake and Associates, were able to provide some data for us on short-term rental, which we felt was very useful. And so we are aware there's 286 units. You can see that we have some trend analysis comments in the report indicating a steady incline in the number of short-term rentals. And we also were able to show a little map of where they're distributed amongst the city. We don't have a lot of detail with that data because we aren't privy to it. It comes through us through Turner, Drake and Associates, but staff is looking at how we can get a little bit more detailed information about that. So I will not have a huge level of detail on this, but it gives us some general trends in assessment. So currently right now, in our bylaws, short-term rentals are not permitted in the zoning bylaw. And we don't have any licensing within our business licensing bylaw. We do have comments about bed and breakfasts, and we have a definition for a limit of 2 rooms in our zoning bylaw for the bed and breakfast. And then in our business licensing, it says that if you have 2 rooms or less, then you don't need a business license. So there's a few things that we would like to fix up so that we can bring it more in line to what's happening in Courtenay. The other thing I wanted to highlight is the MRDT. If anything is over 27 days in stay, the MRDT doesn't apply. So that's one of the recommendations in the report, is that we limit the consecutive stays to 27 days so we align with the MRDT. I also wanted to just highlight that we have 6 points there, and what we are recommending is that we're looking at residential principal residence, and then we are saying within that you must have your principal residence on the property, and that must be where you occupy the majority of your time according to the definition in the provincial regulations. And that we're saying that you could either do a short-term rental in the main part of the residence, or if you had a secondary suite or a second dwelling or an accessory detached dwelling, you could look at that. So there's some flexibility in how we go forward with that. We're not recommending limiting it like in a specific area of the city. We're just saying if you have a residential zone and you have a secondary dwelling that you want to rent out for short term, you can do it if you are the principal owner and occupier on the property. The other alternative is if you have a long-term renter that has an agreement with the owner to do the management of that short-term rental, then that would be permitted as well. That's very similar to what Tofino has done, and likewise in other resort communities, to maintain the ability for long-term rentals to be retained, and also that you have somebody on the property that is there to monitor it, because that's been the number one complaints, is that there's not anybody there on the property to monitor the activities. And so that's one of the rationales for that. And that we're saying that there should be 1 parking stall if you have a short-term rental, so that is a designated spot for that. And we're saying that we should, recommending that we actually maximize the number of guests that are allowed. And we're saying no more than 6. So 2 per bedroom, up to 3 bedrooms. So that's another recommendation. And then the fire and safety plan. And then also you providing your registration and verifying your license through the province. When it comes to actually monitoring all this, the province is saying that they are going to put into place enforcement and also monitoring. Don't know what that looks like yet. We haven't really been provided with that. But if we do at least have our business licensing bylaw amended, we have a way of monitoring it that way. And we also have a way of understanding what's happening in the short-term rental, knowing that there is 286, with the goal of hopefully being able to look at reducing the number of short-term rentals that may move to long-term rentals. And we provided some definitions. And with that, I'm going to conclude it and answer any questions you may have.
Thanks, Marianne. Thanks for outlining that report. It's some big, the first of some big changes coming. Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. The first question I have is about the parking stall. Is that in addition to other required parking for a residential zoning, or is that just one total?
It would be, so if you say at a single family house, you're required to do 2, then you had a secondary suite, you're required to have 1. Then if that secondary suite was going to be a short-term rental, then you would have to have a parking stall for that short-term rental.
Okay.
Yeah.
And under the sort of the proposed structure, if a homeowner wanted to go away for 3 weeks and then rent it out as a short-term rental, they'd have to go through this bylaw and get a business license and so on in order to do that.
So 2 components to that. One would be that you still have to have somebody who's going to be on site. So that means that you would have to have somebody who is a long-term renter or principal resident. You would have to have somebody that's there in order to be the manager of the property. And the other one is, yes, you would need a business license.
Okay, so in the scenario where you just have one unit and you have to leave it empty is what you're saying, unless, I don't know, I can't imagine that you'd have someone managing it on site. So you'd no longer be allowed to rent out your unit when you leave it empty, or when you leave on vacation or whatever the situation is.
So if you had a single family house with a secondary suite or an accessory detached dwelling,
Mhm.
and you had and you went away and you didn't and you have no renter, so you could, and I'm just going to say you could have you can have a single family house, you might have a secondary, and you might have an accessory dwelling unit, because we're going to be dealing with some of that coming up. Then if you had a long-term renter and one of those other 2, then you could have one as a short-term rental.
Okay,
It gets complicated.
sure. But if you don't have that secondary whatever, then you're not allowed to rent out your house. It just has to sit empty.
Yeah.
Or you could have someone stay for free, presumably, or do a house swap, those sorts of things. Okay, and is there any plan to consult with, I don't know if there are, I presume there are businesses out there that do these sorts of things in the city of Courtenay. And I guess this would shut down those businesses in effect, because the majority of them wouldn't be owner occupied if they're businesses running multiple units, so on.
Through Acting Mayor, Councillor McCollum. So interesting. So if you go to the other part of this, is that if you have a commercial property and you're a hotel or a motel, there's definitely businesses that would be managing some of that. And that'll be a further conversation that we would be bringing back for discussion later, because one of the ways of addressing that is that you would have a, say, designated property management company or a front desk that is operating it and like a resort would with the tourist accommodation. And you would have somebody local, like a local property management, maybe not somebody removed, who could then be the person with a company that can manage that. But we haven't gone that far yet with this, because right now, how our bylaw is written, if any of the motels, hotels are operating, they're operating with a front desk and having that ability now. But it's something that we'll bring back for further consideration for council. So we were right now just dealing with the residential units, because that's what the bill is really addressing for the city of Courtenay right now. And instead of leaving it for 90 days, we're recommending 27 days and principal residence and the licensing, et cetera.
Okay. And the question about going to consultation with the public, it says here that we're going to inform, but could we put it out there to get feedback from homeowners and how they feel about the regulations, or is it kind of like province is telling us, so it doesn't really matter?
Through the acting mayor McCollum, we have the option under the regulations to go ahead and do this and not have to do any public hearings, et cetera. It's about bringing it into alignment, because what the regulations are saying is that we can't do anything more permissive, but they're recognizing a lot of municipalities have already implemented some of these tools, and that you can go forward with those tools.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks for those questions. Councillor Moore.
Great, thanks, Acting Mayor. Just before my question, I mean, anybody that has a short-term rental now is doing it basically illegally, so we're not really taking rights away from anybody in that respect. My question is about the definition of student accommodation, because that's something that is waived, and I guess I'm curious how that's sort of monitored or regulated, because you would think that anybody could just call their accommodation student accommodation, and there's a bit of a loophole there. It would just be good to know that something called student accommodation is actually accommodating students who obviously really need housing.
Through acting mayor McCollum to Councillor Moran, you raise a good question. The way of dealing with that is more specific zoning that defines work housing or defines student accommodation housing, so that it's protected. And I think we'll see a lot more of that with Bill 16 coming in. And so I raised the question that it doesn't really fall under this bill, but I can certainly understand the need for clarification, which is something we can look at in the housekeeping portion of the zoning bylaw as well.
That's great, thank you.
Thanks. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, my question primarily has to do with the section on page 6 of the staff report. First of all, really appreciate the fulsome analysis that's gone into this by our staff, and the province is mandating this, and I really appreciate that staff have taken the time to understand how we can take the provincial framework and apply it here locally within the context of the housing crisis that we have in the community. And to Councillor Moran's point, these are often, seniors on fixed incomes and students and young families. And so I really am hopeful that the units that we currently know about that are STRs in the community, I think the last number we have here is 286, that a good portion of that will be freed up for renters. My question particularly is under page 6 of the staff report to our corporate services team around really highlighting to the public, especially folks who might be curious around how we're planning to roll this out and wanting to just make sure that they are aligned with what will be the new bylaws if this passes, and then the bylaws pass. The approach that bylaw will take, it kind of lists it out there, but maybe if we can give some examples around our bylaw compliance policy and how that might be applied here for principal homeowners and or businesses that might be running these STRs.
Through Acting Mayor McCollum, thanks, Councillor Jolicoeur. In regard to the enforcement, you'll note in the report itself, it talks about how we'll continue, well, basically, we're going to start monitoring them. It's not something we have had kind of regulation on before, which also means that we didn't have anything to enforce technically. So now with that coming in, we'll be taking a look at how many complaints we're getting, doing some awareness raising. So you'll note we've got a series of good neighbor guides that are coming out in 2024. So the one that we're drafting for tenants and homeowners or residents will include references to the new regulation. In the event that there is a substantial amount of enforcement that we required, this wasn't something that was foreseen or planned for within 2024 because we didn't have a number of complaints. So the numbers are one thing, but the complaints just have not reflected that level of concern. And essentially, in the event of extreme escalation on the bylaw enforcement side, you'd either see myself come back making requests regarding appropriate resources and seeking council direction. But otherwise, essentially, we would monitor and educate for the beginning of the bylaw implementation. And then if there is a need to make adjustments to operations, you'll see that through the 2025 budget process.
Thank you so much. And just as a follow-up, Acting Mayor, if that's okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, and given that there's been an analysis of how this provincial legislation might be applied across the Comox Valley with Cumberland and Comox, I'm wondering if staff can speak to ways in which we might find any efficiencies in the application and or our approach to supporting homeowners in this new world that they'll be living in, and if there's been any thought around especially if we've got members of our community who move between or who own multiple homes between Comox, Cumberland, and Courtenay, and how we might align our approaches, if there's been any thought around that. Thanks.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you through the acting mayor. Thank you for the question, Councillor Jolicoeur. I guess it's not totally sure. The province has decided X, Y, and Z, and so the use itself, unless you're owner occupied, the province has determined the policy direction. Not optional for us, I guess, would be there. So there are no doubt, and we see in the media references in communities like Victoria, et cetera, where people have purposefully built businesses as it relates to that. That's a matter that the province has to address. If hopefully I'm going the right route. Our staff groups have been discussing things through in some ways their professional association, as well as through sessions hosted by the province around how we regulate these things. And as Ms. Wade had said, there's some options, there are some non-negotiable items, and we're making our way through there. So in terms of everybody landing, with a similar regulatory framework, it'll all be quite similar, although Cumberland's regulations predate the provincial legislation. We're trying our best to try and harmonize things from an enforcement perspective, but right at this point, I think it's a little premature to determine that. And I don't know, Ms. Wade might have some other comments on that.
Go ahead, Marianne.
Through the acting mayor McCollum, and thanks to the city manager. Yeah, I just wanted to highlight too, in regards to housing supply. It is being talked about at the technical advisory committee that we're dealing with our housing needs assessment. So it comes up through that way. And then there's discussions amongst the various municipalities about the various approaches. But as the city manager, it's a really made for city of Courtenay. So it's really council's decision on how you want to move forward with this. Which is, I'm really thankful to have the conversation tonight to hear how council would like to see this roll out. Staff is recommending that we do need a more, a finer grain on this for the city of Courtenay, rather than just having the province use the 90 days, etc. So it's a really good conversation that we're having tonight. So thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Hillian. Get it right.
Thank you. Two questions. And just for context, I have 2 Airbnbs on my street, used to have 3. It's never been a problem. I'm not expecting these regulations are going to change much there. I think the real target of these regulations are the buildings that have all sorts of suites that are being rented out on as short-term rentals, and taking those basically apartments out of the available stock. And just as one example, in our latest issue of Building Links, the bulletin that we regularly get from the development industry about projects that are underway, we have the description of Palace Place, which we're all happy to see on Fifth Street. The project includes 2 commercial units and 39 residential units with a mix of long-term and short-term rentals. So how does what we're proposing here impact a project like that?
Through Acting Mayor McComb to Councillor Hillian. So how the regulations will impact is if there's a commercial building that is operating as a hotel, it'll be allowed to operate in that manner and do rental units for the traveling public, because that's what our bylaws say. So if it's deemed a hotel, then it can operate on with a short-term rental.
But if it's a mix of short-term and long-term, that's not a hotel, it's basically an apartment block.
Yes, so if it's an apartment block with various units on it, then it wouldn't qualify because it doesn't mean, it's not being used as a hotel or a motel. And you need to have a primary resident there to oversee it. And then there has to be another unit, that dwelling unit that meets the BC building code, basically definition, that is really a single entity that could be then rented out.
So after May 1st, or once we pass our bylaw, myself or anybody else could make a complaint about that building or any other building we know about that's operating short-term rentals and isn't a hotel, and we would enforce.
So through Acting Mayor McComb to Councillor Hillian, so as of May 1st, the province has those regulations in place, and they're the ones that are going to be regulating and to be enforcing that as well. But they don't have that set up right away. And so it's going to take a while for that to come into play.
Okay. My other question was about the 27-day limit. I know, for example, we get people coming here to work as physicians or other professionals doing locums, and they often stay in Airbnbs, and you know, they sometimes stay for a few months. I suppose they could go home on the weekend, and that would end the first 27 days and then come back for another. So it just seems to me there's all sorts of ways around that. I'm not sure why we would enshrine that as part of the bylaw.
Through Acting Mayor McCollum to Councillor Hillian, the reason why we did that and recommended it is so that it aligns with the MRDT. So if they stay longer than 27 days, then the MRTD cannot be collected. So in order to keep the MRDT and the percentages we get that can go towards affordable housing, we thought it would be, we suggest that a 27-day would align with that and probably make some sense from a housing supply point of view.
Okay, well, as I say, there's probably all sorts of ways around it, but that'll be the basic standard. Okay, thanks.
Thanks for that question. Yeah, I had a similar concern around the 27 days, and that I understand that there are people that come and stay in short-term rentals in the community also for medical. I know, like remote communities on the North Island, if a woman's expecting, they'll often come and rent some type of short-term rental for up to 6 weeks leading up to that time. And so that could pose a challenge for those people. We're kind of a receiving area for some rural communities. So I wonder if there's a way to put some exemption in place if it's related to medical appointments or to medical providing medical services, as Councillor Hillian mentioned. Because for those purposes, I think I would be comfortable not receiving an MRDT for someone that was staying in our community for that kind of purpose as well.
Through Acting Mayor to Acting Mayor McCollum. Good questions. And there is a real need in the community for healthcare workers and medical needs. And I think we need to look at how we actually address that. So very similar to something that happened in Campbell River, where there was a partnership and they created housing for people to come and do a locum and other things. I think that is a really great point that we need to incorporate into our housing action plan. And we need to find ways of partnerships to support those types of needs.
Okay, yeah, thanks. And I mean, yeah, it's hard to capture them all. I'm sure different people coming for different reasons have different needs in terms of what they're looking for. So I wouldn't want to restrict them from being able to access a short-term rental if that's what they felt they needed. The other question I had was just around the business licensing and the fee. I couldn't discern for sure, but I assume that the direction we're going in is charging the same business licensing fee as we do for our other businesses, or would we be looking at a different business license fee for these businesses? I know we have a different charge for, I think it's cannabis retail, and maybe there's one other one. I don't think there's many, but it seems that this might fit for something that's a little bit different than a regular business. And I'm just wondering if that's something we're contemplating as well.
To Acting Mayor McCollum, definitely, I would be happy to look into that. I do know that there is other communities that do charge a higher fee for short-term rentals. And happy to bring that back in the report if you wish. I don't have all those details at my fingertips right now, but I do know that that has been done in other communities.
Yeah, that would be great. It seems worth considering it. So thank you. And our CAO.
Yeah, thank you. Through the Acting Mayor to Council, anytime you're considering any form of regulation, there's always the but. And every single time there will be different circumstances, and we're making our way into a regulatory environment that many communities have kind of walked through, especially where there's a lot of pressure on the housing. What's in front of you, as Ms. Wade has identified, reflects both our individual or sort of individuality of this community, as well as council's big picture focus on housing. Some of the items that have been raised, I think that's great feedback for staff to help in the drafting of the bylaw itself. I would just caution, because there is also a second side of regulation that people will say this is what they're doing, and we have those gaps, and that's why we do have enforcement. So I think if we kind of go down the path of what's normal and we monitor, and since in my time as city manager, I've kind of talked to council about us monitoring and reporting back, because we're in definitely a evolution of regulations in our community, as well as very significantly changing community standards. And so I think entering sort of a quasi-typical way of regulation and then fine-tuning it with what we hear in the community is also good practice. We have to worry about non-conforming issues and various things like that on the legal side, but it's really good feedback. But having drafted regulations for a long time, it's kind of like exception after exception after exception, and sometimes we need to try and sometimes be just quite generic in some of those aspects, because there's ways to address some of the occupancy restrictions, et cetera, that are pretty unintrusive. And if the intention is, as you had said, for medical accommodation, there's ways for people to adjust and work through the rules.
And Councillor Frisch, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks again. So just for clarification on the 27 days, this applies to places that are rented out for 27 days or less. And if it's a month or more, then it's the RT, the Residential Tenancy Act, that applies, and we're not involved. That's clear. I'll move the recommendation.
Thank you. We've had plenty of discussion, but I'll still check. Does anyone have any further comments or discussion on the recommendation? Seeing none, any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. And moving right along, we're on to item 5.2.1, BCAA's Evolve, the proposed electric bike share program. We have David Holzer. And I'll just pass it over to Director Shaw for an introduction here. Thanks.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to council, in keeping with the theme of short-term rentals, maybe we'll talk about short-term rentals for electric bikes. In all seriousness, the report here today in front of you is about the proposed electric bike share program as presented by BCAA Evolve in partnership with the CBRD. So the purpose of this report is to provide council with an outline of the feasibility of introducing an e-bike share program within the city's jurisdiction. The report provides options regarding next steps in managing the CBRD and BCA Evolve's request for partnership with the city for the delivery of an electric bike share program within the city. To date, staff have met with both the CBRD and Evolve staff to flesh out the logistics with respect to this program, what it could look like, including drafting an MOU or a memorandum of understanding between the participating parties, license to occupy agreements for the use of public space, as well as locational scouting that happened hand in hand with staff here. So we have with us here today, as we pointed out, Mr. Holzer with BCAA. He's the Manager of Business Development. He'll be providing a brief presentation on what the future of this program could look like. As well in the audience here, we have Mike Sabarski, Manager of Transit and Facilities with the CBRD, who's played a large role in this from the CBRD's perspective. So he's here to support this report and answer any questions that council may have. With that, I'll turn it over to Mr. Holzer.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me here today. Really excited to talk about our plans for running a bike share here in Courtenay and Comox, hopefully this summer, provided with your approval. Let me see if I can work. Oh, now I hit it twice. Okay, so in the time I have, I'll take you through a brief explanation of how the program works, our pricing, our operations and parking management plans that we have for the city, and some of the marketing and communications that we're planning, provided you guys approve. So just quickly, many of you have probably seen, I was here a while back, so I'll go through the first few slides fairly quickly because they're a bit of a repeat, but just in case you forgot, BCAA has been serving British Columbians for about 117 years and has about 1 million members here in British Columbia. Evolve is an extension of BCAA's services that it's providing to British Columbians with its kind of mode, with its intention to help move British Columbians. And so this represents moving British Columbians that may not necessarily have a car. So in 2021, we launched Evolve as a partnership with a couple of local businesses in Vancouver, Lululemon and Deloitte, to give their employees a chance to use e-bikes. We have grown now to have public bike share in Whistler, SFU Burnaby campus, and later, well, actually very soon in May, we'll launch in Nanaimo as well. This is the bike we plan on using. We have procured 75 brand new bikes that we would roll out here in Courtenay. Just to refresh you, the bikes are pedal assist only with no throttle, which is makes it easy to use them. We have a swappable battery, and this ensures that there's no infrastructure required to recharge our bikes. We can do that at a central facility. And the last important kind of feature, and it seems silly, is a dual kickstand. This allows our bikes to stand up freely without a bike rack or leaning up against anything. This is the pricing we will roll out should we be approved. An unlock fee of $1.25, a per minute rate of 35 cents a minute. We offer hourly rates for people who want to take longer rides of $12.99. I also want to point out our monthly subscription for people who use it quite frequently. They can pay us $10 a month, and we will reduce their per minute fee to 10 cents a minute. So considerable savings for regular users. So since we last talked, as Kyle mentioned, we've had quite a few discussions and been working with staff to sort of think about how we would roll this program out. So as I mentioned earlier, we will have a fleet of 75 new e-bikes equipped with helmets available 24/7, and it's app-based through your phone. We will employ a station-based system, so the bikes will only start and end their trips within a defined station. Our bikes come equipped with GPS, so we can actually force this through geofencing. We hope to launch in the third week of May, in time just before the air show. And then on my next slide, I'll talk about our operations and what we've done to date. So far, we've hired a local operations coordinator to help manage our day-to-day fleet activities. We've contracted with a local bike repair and rental facility company to support our management of those bikes. Through our partnership with the CVRD, we have secured a headquarters over at 3843 Livingston Road. This is where all our bikes will be maintained and are recharging. We have pretty sophisticated systems in the back end that will alert us when bikes need to be maintained or serviced. So that can be then sent out to our local contractor, and we can dispatch them to do that to the bikes, maintaining a high level of availability so that when people visit our stations, they'll be able to use our bikes. From a parking management perspective, we've identified about, I think it's 13 zones here in Courtenay, parking zones. And we've worked with staff to sort of get those conditionally approved. All the parking zones will be equipped with signage. Some will have bike racks to encourage riders, even though our bikes don't need them. It's a good visual to encourage people to park correctly. The other thing I wanted to mention is that we have the ability to create slow and no ride zones in the community. So as the program progresses, if we see there's areas of the community that our bikes are causing some issues, we can implement these zones to either slow them down or not allow them to ride in those areas. That functionality can also be used in emergency cases. Should there's something come up in the community where we want to stop people from riding bikes in a certain area, we can implement those zones within 24 hours. So that, in collaboration with both the City of Courtenay and Comox, these are the parking stations we have identified. So this is holistically across the two communities. This is zoomed into Courtenay. I'll just point out the yellow balloons are not on city property. One's here at the CVRD office and a couple are at the malls. And we will go out and negotiate with those parties to get parking spots. And then lastly, not lastly, this is an example of what parking stations could look like. In Courtenay, we've identified 5 locations where we would need some ground preparation, some type of, as you can see in one of the photos, a gravel pad. This is an example from Whistler where the RMOW did this for us. They put this pad in. This allows us to make sure our bikes are able to park properly, stay standing upright in areas where we can't find concrete. So there's about 5 sites that we've identified here in Courtenay that we would need that. All right. Marketing and communications. So I'll leave with this. Our approach is to kind of ingrain ourselves in the community when we launch. We achieve this through active participation in community events. We plan to be in many of the summer markets, the music festivals, to help promote and educate residents about Evolve. We are already working with the Comox Valley Cycling Coalition to distribute safe riding booklets. We've sponsored their cycling map, and we're also working with them to conduct e-bike training or e-bike safe riding courses, in-person courses. So with that, I'll conclude with our ask, which we outlined in a letter as part of this report. Traditionally, many cities have had to subsidize operators to have bike share in their community. BCAA is launching this program and requires really no financial investment from the city of Courtenay, as we believe we can successfully operate a bike share in the community. Our ask to council is to show their support for bike share by waiving some of the nominal fees and approving staff resources be used for the remediation of the 5 zones we've identified. This will ensure riders will have a positive excuse me, a positive experience using the service, and Evolve bikes will be parked properly. The support will also allow Evolve to easily make changes without any administrative issues. And finally, we've received this type of support from other communities, the city of Nanaimo, the RMOW, Whistler, and the city of Comox. We've made pretty big investment so far just to get launched of over $100,000. So we think this would be a great way for the city of Courtenay to show its support. So that's it. Thank you.
Thanks for that presentation. I'm sure there's going to be a few questions for you. I'll pass it to Councillor first.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Thanks for the presentation, David. Quick question about your ask. You said it was a nominal amount. I think in the report it outlined maybe it was $5,000. Maybe it was, yeah. Our recommended motion, doesn't include that. Is that a make it or break it for you guys?
I mean, we would hope that the city would support the other option where it is supported. If not, we have a lot of choices to make. Do we just not open those locations? Do we try and find alternate locations? There's a couple spots where it's really going to be difficult, like Cumberland Road around the roundabout. There's really not a lot of concrete for us to locate a bike station properly. So, there will be, I don't think it'll stop us, but it will maybe hamper a little bit of what we're able to do, or we'll have to think creatively with the CVRD about alternate options that may not be as good as the ones that we're thinking about.
Sure. Is your sense that that it's the cost that's an issue, or it's getting the work done that would be the issue on those sites?
I don't think I think it would be better for the city to do the work, because then they can build it to a standard that the city is okay with. If you decide not to and were to do it, we'll build it to the way we think we need it. It may not be the same as the way the city sees it.
Sure. I suppose if it was on city property, though, it would be built to the standard anyways, but.
Yeah, no, I mean, I just don't.
I hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks for that. I appreciate
No
it.
problem.
Thanks for that question. And Councillor Jolicoeur, you're next.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, my questions are mostly for staff. So I was under the understanding that the city had not been involved in any of the planning of the locations of what's been presented today. And so did I understand that from Mr. Shaw that his team was in fact a part of the discussion and the recommendation for those sites, the city-owned public lands and rights-of-way?
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to Councilor Drillicourt. So in transparency in terms of answer to that question, so there was a conversation between the CVRD and BCA EVOL with respect to locational options. The team presented options to the city, with the city reviewed those options. There were a few that were dropped out relative to their feasibility, and the remaining that did not present any strategical issues or logistical issues or risk management issues. The city then offered its approvals in principle relative to this presentation today.
Yeah, that's helpful. And I guess my line of questioning is really going, we've got our transportation master plan, we've got a few parks that we'll be updating over the coming years, some work that will be done on community gardens. We have a lot of work that we're doing around our public spaces, whether it be parks or green spaces. And so that's why I was curious if there was a conversation where we could potentially collaborate with this private partner in aligning the city's ambitions around our parks and our lands, and so and our rights of ways. And so that's where I guess I'm curious if there was some kind of strategic alignment around where we have some thoughts around different portions of the community. The other comment I have around the locations is I've noted that the provider hasn't necessarily identified any residential or highly dense residential neighborhoods. It's mostly on main arterial corridors and in our downtown core, and as they shared at some malls. And so I'm just curious if BCCA can share any insights into whether that is part of a potential growth model, if the business is successful to support residential neighborhoods and accessing the program.
I'm happy to take that. Yeah, this is version 1 of the program, and this is the sites we've seen as probably the most viable right away. We are very interested in figuring out solutions to provide our bikes in residential areas, to get the bike closer to people's homes where we know that's their number one kind of takeoff point and return point. That does take a little bit more collaboration with staff and with council to find suitable locations. So in the effort to sort of get it up and running, make sure we can see good positive results, we know that these areas will generate generally a lot of interest. And then as we progress further, we'll start to hear demand from the riders about where they want those bikes, and we can make far more informed decisions as to where other stations could go. So
Thanks for that. And on that, given that the bikes are equipped with GPS, I imagine there's quite a bit of data that you're able to extract from the trips. And is that used at all for deciding where the bike should be expanded to?
yeah, absolutely. And then also it's data that we'll share with you and the city. So we'll be able to give you guys route data. So we'll be able to tell you this is where our bikes and how our bikes are getting from one place to the other. In a station-based model, obviously where they go is going to be prohibited because they'll have to go from station to station, but we'll get a sense of what stations are really popular, which ones maybe aren't as popular. And we'll also start to get a sense of where the usage patterns begin and how people are using the right of ways. It's all really great information, hopefully informs council for better decisions about infrastructure spending down the road.
Yeah, thanks for that. And on that, looking at the distribution, it seems like there's a gap on the bottom of Ryan Road. It's a pretty busy area for both residential and commercial, and just wondering why that area isn't being looked at for a station at this point.
So our understanding is that it's Ministry of Transportation right away. So we have to talk to the Ministry of Transportation or private landowners adjacent to that. For the sake of getting the system up and running, those conversations do take time. So for the sake of getting it up and running, we chose not to put any stations there. We're also looking kind of behind Ryan Road where people actually ride as a way of like maybe finding some locations that we could add. But for just getting off the ground due to the kind of right-of-way issues, we haven't added those at this time.
Okay, thanks. And our CAO wanted to add a comment.
Through the acting mayor to council, Councillor Jolicoeur asked a question. I tried to sort of jump in there just a minute. Council may recall when we were informed that this program was coming to the city. There's a presentation made by BCAA and the CVRD. There was some key goals, quick development, focus on public properties and public access as opposed to private ones. So we have a development program and a cycling network plan that's designed to link areas of growth, service areas. I would say that that is not what's driving the first phase of this. They've spoken to it could develop that way. I just want to be clear from Director Councillor Jolicoeur's question. So, you know, we were presented with a program and we're working within the constraints of that program. We've had, we will and should council give direction for us to engage in this. You know, this came from the CVRD board for implementation. I'm really hopeful that the goals of our community plan related to supporting active transportation and these publicly accessible bikes will be in locations where we've made improvements to our cycling network plan. The cycling network plan implementation strategy has been received. Council's considered it through our budgeting process. So the future of what this is, I think, will be more directed by our community's goals to support this investment. But what's in front of you now is based on a program that was kind of envisioned to take action on active transportation as directed by the board. Just want to clarify that.
Thanks for that. Councillor Morin.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Thanks for the presentation. I'm actually really excited about this. I have a question, well, one for the presenter and for staff. You mentioned Comox is waiving their fees, and I just wondered if you could say how, you know, what that entails and how much funding they're waiving. And then I have a question for staff after that.
I don't know what that costs the city of Comox. Sorry, they never told us.
Are you able to say how many parking spots there are that?
I think there was 2 or 3 that we identified needed a little bit of site prep. Yeah.
Yeah, so that would be substantially less than Courtney's expense. And so question for staff is, in the staff report, it talks about how the community charter, you know, waiving the fees would not be in alignment with the community charter. And I guess I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that. And I'm just wondering how other communities such as Nanaimo and Comox would get around that.
Thanks, Councillor Morin, through Acting Councillor McCollum and Acting Mayor Councillor McCollum. It really depends on how they've structured their agreements. So in this case, the proposal is for the tri-municipal MOU, which is not a formal agreement where we would actually be a subcontractor of the regional district. Whereas it's an agreement in principle around the functioning of a service. And then really the relationship is between the city and the vendor. And in this case, business, which is, we do have prohibitions under the charter that prevent the city from providing any form of assistance to a business. Unfortunately, I can't speak to how Comox or other municipalities have addressed the legality of that assistance to business. As you may be aware, when we do in-kind grant or reduced rate, we do have obligations to provide public notice of that assistance. And we would not be able to provide notice of assistance to business. We wouldn't be permitted to do that in this case. So it may be a model dependent, whereas if it was the regional district that was providing the service and we were providing a local government with this type of assistance, that may be one of the ways to address it. But currently, as it's structured, it's not something that we would be permitted under the charter. There's very, very few exceptions to that.
Yeah, thank you. That's really good information. That there are some legalities around the that. Thank you.
Thanks for that question. Councillor Frisch. I can get my tablet does not want to select your mic for some reason. Do you want to turn it off and on and see? Yeah, try that one. That one's.
There we
working.
go.
Yeah, there.
Exactly, Mayor.
Number 16.
You know, that's interesting information about helping out a business. I don't know how municipalities get around that when they have car share programs and they say, well, this is a spot that's going to be for car share. Obviously, there's massive benefits to the community in the way of traffic demand management for something like this. And I'm inclined to support supporting this endeavor through what seems like a very small amount of money. And I guess I have a question for staff, if they're confident that they can find capacity for this sort of remediation, whether the company pays for it or we find a way to support it ourselves as a city.
That's a question for staff.
That was a question for staff about staff capacity for that, those site remediations or those site preps that they're interested in being done.
Yes, thank you. Great question. From a capacity perspective, the works and services that are requested on behalf of Evolve are fairly minor. As you can see through some of those images, they're really just gravel surfaces or creating some sort of permeable surface that is flat, level, and secure, so those bikes could be established in a safe and protected manner in terms of their placement overnight or when they're not in use. So relatively easy in terms of the logistics. We're talking about 5 locations.
Thanks for that. And then maybe some other staff have some thought about how we can provide support and not be, I don't know, contradictory to the Local Government Act. So do you have any thoughts on that, or is it something that we could have you look into, get back to us? Or?
Through the acting mayor, we're talking about a pretty minor fee, and we're providing you with advice. So if council could direct us to get a different advice or relatively minor fee as per the staff recommendation. But we would take the direction of council in that regard.
Okay, thanks.
And Councillor Jellicoe.
Yeah, thanks, acting mayor. Yeah, I mean, the fee's nominal, but the upgrades, I think the price we had was nearing $5,000, which I don't see as nominal. But I guess my question is, as it relates to the motion that is recommended in the staff report, there speaks to, yeah, thanks for pulling that up. The second one there, delegating the authority to the Director of Operations to determine the form and content of the contract. I'm curious if one of the things that I've shared with a few folks on this topic is, you know, whether or not there is an opportunity for the inclusion of a public benefit program for this, recognizing that the use of public lands. And so wondering if that's something that could be included in that conversation, those negotiations for the development of the service agreement and or the license, if that's something that we can have included in that, or if staff would require more clearly defined, if that's something that council was interested in, that that staff would want something more clearly defined around public benefit, something around, you know, aligning some of the city's strategic priorities around supporting equity interested groups in accessing public lands and the services that are available on public lands. And so I'm wondering if staff can speak to that.
Through the acting mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur, we have the proponent here. They may speak to what they may or may not be doing in other communities. Specificity, I think, and direction, if you'd like, I think would assist us in that regard, what some expectations could be. We have heard that there is some urgency with respect to you know, taking action on this item, but you know, perhaps the service provider could talk about community benefit.
Happy to. So we do have what we call an inclusive mobility program, where we discount the rate to 10 cents a minute for those people that qualify. How we roll this program out is usually through partnership with community-based organizations servicing communities that could be in need of these programs. This is something that once we launch, we would start to investigate and we'd start talking to some of the community-based organizations here in Courtenay about how we can do that. One of the reasons why we take this approach is that there is usually some type of means test with just like creating an online form that people fill out, that people are quite resistant to trying to go through. So by working with an organization, we actually we tell them what our requirements are, and then they are able to make that call for us, and then they recommend the people into the program for us, and then we are able to offer those rates. So this is a program that we offer in Whistler. We do it through the Whistler Community Services Society. As we launch in Nanaimo, we will look to do that as find community-based organizations do that as well. So these come with our program, not really contingent. And I think is a great public benefit to the community, and just another reason why we hope you support our kind of ask.
Just as a follow-up, Acting Mayor, on that.
Just
Okay.
one moment, Director Shaw would like to speak as
Okay.
well.
Yeah, thank you for the opportunity. Just in light of the same kind of conversation in terms of equitability, inclusive, and really just a brief conversation on the side here with Director Saunders, and she might be able to offer some insight into how the city might play a role in terms of that partnership and review, if I may.
Go ahead.
Thank you, through the acting mayor. Just to follow up on the comments about the presenter, there could be an opportunity to explore how the recreation access pass or the leisure excellence. Oh, I'm going to get the acronym wrong. Either way, the Comox Valley Regional Access Pass could be made available or used as the way the presenter has described in terms of determining eligibility for individuals facing financial barriers for access.
Thanks for that. And did you still have a follow-up?
Yeah, they stole my thunder. That was going to be one of my ideas. And I guess just as a follow-up to that, the program that the proponent was speaking to, we have like real life practical potential challenges. And I'm just curious, because I wasn't sure if I heard the clarity in the presentation, but for a user to access the bikes, do they need a credit card and or a cell phone, or one or both?
No, we do have ways for people to access the program that are unbanked or without a digital device that could use the program. This is where we will look at, we have a service location, we call it, a BCAA retail office here in the city of Courtenay, and we would probably look to work with them to set up access for people that don't have the technology or the financial kind of minimum requirements to access the system.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks for that. I don't see any other lights on, so I'll just ask if someone wants to move the recommendation. Oh, I guess I need to turn you on.
Thanks. I'm actually interested in moving option 2 and having staff find a way to support them for this small amount. Thanks. Yes. Yeah, please do. I'll just quickly point out, we support programs like our downtown parking, patio program that does provide benefit to businesses, but we see the greater benefit. So I'd like us to find a way to do this for this, what I think is a small amount. That's my reasoning behind it. Thanks.
Thanks for that. Are there any other comments or discussion on the proposed motion? Could we get you to read option 2? I just don't have it in front of me and it's not up on the screen. Oh. Actually, do you have it? Okay, go ahead. Oh, turn you on.
I'll move that council authorize staff to enter in a tri-part memorandum of agreement with the Comox Valley Regional District in the town of Comox for the provision of an e-bike share program and that council delegate an authority to the Director of Operations to determine the form and content of a contract and or license and service agreement between the City of Courtenay and BCAA Evolve to facilitate the provision of the e-bike share program in the City of Courtenay. And that council approve BCAA Evolve's request to waive all costs and fees for the e-bike share program and authorize staff to provide in-kind funding up to a maximum amount of $5,000 for the provision associated with the deployment of the prescribed e-bike share program, and that council delegate authority to the Director of Operations to authorize any required agreements or other legal documents necessary to provide BCAA Evolve access and permission to use public land for the purpose of providing an e-bike ride share program.
And that was moved by Frisch and seconded by Hillian and Director Moran.
Thank you. I'd just like some clarification from staff around this, kind of referencing my earlier question. I mean, it is provided as an option by staff in the staff report, so I'm assuming that it is something that we can deal with legally, but and then in the first option, it does talk about full cost recovery, which isn't mentioned in the second option. And I understand the 5,000 would be separate from those other costs. So I'm just wondering if we delete the full cost recovery, what that amounts to. Thanks.
Just looking to see if someone would like to
And
answer that question.
point of order, Acting Mayor.
Yes.
The motion that was just read out is not in our package as option 2. There's no language around 5,000 under option 2. So can we just pull up the motion that's on the floor on the screen, please?
It's in the agenda package, page 61 of 118, and page 8 of the report.
It's in the staff report.
There's no option 2 doesn't list 5,000 in there.
Yeah.
Yes, it does.
As words, not as a number, but it is in the third paragraph of the second option that's listed. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry.
And I'm looking to staff to see who wants to answer.
In regard to the reference to full cost recovery, so in addition to some of the costs that Director Shaw had mentioned regarding the preparation of the space, there will also be legal costs incurred in regards to the creation of any of the encroachment agreements and or other agreement forms that would need to take place for the various locations. Additionally, as much as the company has hired a local contractor, we do want to ensure that in the event that bicycles are left in roadways, obstructing sidewalks, and are not retrieved in at a service level that the city would expect, that the city is not incurring those costs through our operational services by having to send out staff to retrieve those. Although we anticipate that the geofencing will be of great assistance, not having them necessarily locked into something will make it easy to pick up and move. So just being mindful, and the component of that is we're really hopeful that none of that is required and that will not be the reality. At the same time, considering the number of locations within the City of Courtenay specifically, the anticipated kind of volume of use within the city, you know, even if our staff have to go out a couple times a day or even once a day to retrieve a bike and potentially store it, depending on what the service level is like, there would be additional costs incurred by the city in order to support the service. So a full cost recovery model, aside from the prep of the site costs, would include service level expectations around the retrieval and storage of the bikes in the event that they interfere with our other city operations and or transportation modes.
I have a follow-up, Acting Mayor.
Yes, I'm just going to let our CAO add a comment first, and then you can go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Just for clarification, perhaps the proponent could explain how they address this in other communities, and perhaps we're not clear as to what the local service response is. model as proposed, given they're not attached to anything and are essentially freestanding. For those of you who've been at our City Hall, the former location of our lockup, or sorry, where our flagpoles were, is a prominent location immediately adjacent to a significant roadway, and perhaps the experience of BCA Evolve would assist in that and how they respond to these issues and have in other communities.
Go ahead.
Yeah, happy to. This is a big issue for most communities, so it's something that we focus a lot of attention on. In the agreements, we say 24 hours is like how fast we'll move. And this is really just to not be within a legal quandary with a community. Really, in real life, we'll move very faster than that. Some of the contingencies that I think you should be aware of is like our contractor has an emergency call out clause in their contract. So we can call them and have them run out and get a bike if it's in a particularly bad area. And then the second thing is that we do contract with local tow companies should our contractor not be able to get there in a fast enough time to come and actually pick up the bikes. Ultimately, it's a bike in a lot of cases. Someone at the scene can move it just off and we can go get it. But the big thing to note about this is that in our operations in Whistler, where we've been for 2 years, this is a less than 1% occurrence where we'll have an abandoned bike. And we haven't had a scenario where a bike has been abandoned in a lane of traffic or somewhere where it was posing a safety threat to the population. So we've been very good about it, a little bit of luck maybe. But we've also spent a lot of time educating our riders about how to use the system. The station-based system provides like a financial penalty for not returning the bike to a station. So there's a lot of reasons to comply just over at the highest level. And then we have all this support kind of down at the lowest level. We would not anticipate the city having to retrieve one of our bikes unless there was almost a catastrophe, to be quite honest.
Thanks for that. And Councillor Moran, did you have a follow-up?
Yeah, I wanted to point out that I also heard that there's quite an anti-theft mechanism. There's a large or a loud alarm and also locking wheels is what I heard. Is that correct? Yeah.
Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah.
So, and the bike is a little heavier than the average e-bike. It's about 90 pounds, so it's not easy to move. But yes, we have lots of safety features.
Great. So my follow-up was actually to staff around the original question around the community charter, et cetera. And we do have this option in our staff report. So I guess I'm just wondering how we reconcile that. And I guess I'm leaning towards keeping the cost recovery in there. It sounds like it probably wouldn't be, you know, it wouldn't amount to much, if anything, but it does give the city maybe a little bit of confidence that they won't be left holding the bag if there was something that happened. So I'm mainly asking that question again about the waiving or you know, contributing to a business when it's the community charter goes against that.
Thank you for the question through the acting mayor. Staff have, as I had said previously, staff have done the research. Other municipalities have taken an approach. We don't have the details as to how. It may be that there is not a situation that offends the charter. I can't speak on behalf of them. What we've heard from the applicant or the proponent is that don't anticipate there would be any, it doesn't sound like there's any response required on behalf of the municipality. So we wouldn't be in a situation to be asking for significant costs from the proponent. we're in a bit of a challenging situation because of the actions of other jurisdictions, and we have a request. Perhaps the applicant could clarify if they're a for-profit business, et cetera. The recommendation in front of you is based on our understanding of the situation. Again, if council gives us that direction, then we would undertake that work, and we've provided that recommendation based on our understanding of the issues, as well as recognizing that our community has experienced issues. Our public works, our operational services group and our bylaw group respond every day to issues. We have a very large group of carts at our public works yard or operational services yard. Some of them have mechanisms on them that are supposed to stop theft, et cetera. So we provide that information for your consideration. And I guess I would reiterate what I said before. If we got the direction, we could monitor that and we could report back to council on what we're experiencing. But perhaps other members of our senior staff have something else to contribute.
Through the acting mayor to council, I just wanted to clarify there's a distinction between the allowing businesses who would be paying a fee for access to like a sidewalk or to a patio space. They are paying the fee, so we are not providing them with assistance. That's considered to be a market rate. So it is a very different circumstance. So in regard to the charter regarding prohibition and assistance to business, it's extremely explicit, and the exceptions are really only to do with heritage properties and the protection of heritage properties. In order to determine or figure out how the city would be able to provide or waive those fees, we would have to look at a different partnership model, potentially with a nonprofit and or the regional district, but not directly with a business and providing them with the waiving of those fees. So in the event the council were to pass the motion around option 2, essentially part of the agreement would be coming back and looking at some of those options, whereas it will very unlikely be a direct relationship with Evolve as a business, and more looking at a relationship or contractual model with the regional district, and Evolve can be their subcontractor and they can address the assistance to business concerns or legality.
It sounds like adding another layer of complexity and possibly slowing this process down. Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, supportive of this program in our community. I won't be supporting option 2. Really appreciate the clarification we just received from our corporate officer. The comparison that was drawn with patio programs, they do pay a fee. So this would actually be something that we aren't applying the same rules across businesses. It is a private company. And so I would be looking to them to be paying their fees as it's laid out in our bylaw currently. I do have a question though, in terms that came up in the presentation around standards, and we have standards that we just discussed on patio and design standards, etc. I'm wondering if staff can speak to whether or not there is a policy that would apply to public lands that we have contracts with a private entity like this, around the standards of what they use with the area that they're leasing from us.
I'm not, I guess I would look to staff as to whether or not this is still discussion on the recommendation that's on the table. It seems like we've perhaps gone back to the wider discussion. But getting into a standards discussion while we're talking about moving forward on this agreement, I think might be getting too broad at this point in the discussion. So unless you want to maybe revise what you're asking, let's stick with discussion of the recommendation that's been moved. Councillor Fresh.
Yeah, thanks again. I wonder if there'd be some interest from council members in supporting sort of something in between, where we offer the in-kind support of $5,000 to get this organization off the ground. we could waive fees and charges for the first, whatever, to get them going. But then have an agreement ongoing that is sort of full cost recovery, and that would put a safeguard in place in case the city finds itself doing extra work or having to bridge a gap in service somewhere along the way. I'll propose that if there's any support from the other members. And I also wanted to point out that our community is quite different than Whistler, and I would suggest the dynamics are very different. So I thought the same thing. It's not tied down, you know, it's not bolted to the ground. Someone will find a way or a reason to pick it up and carry it somewhere for some reason. So food for thought.
Okay, seeing no other lights on, I'll call the question. Any opposed to the recommendation? Jolicoeur is opposed, Morin's opposed, and I am also opposed. Looking to Councillor Frisch.
Well, I'd like to move another motion that just offers support in kind up to $5,000, but does have a full cost recovery model going forward. Is that workable for staff if I put the motion forward like that? Or do I need to have something written up?
So just to clarify, are you talking about a delayed cost recovery model?
I suppose so. Yeah, the idea that we could have fees and charges for whatever staff think needs to be in place for the use of the property, for stepping in and collecting bikes, that sort of thing. But to get it up and going, you know, we would cover those costs for the first year or whatever.
So through acting mayor to Councillor Frisch, unfortunately, the level of complexity to try and navigate the charter restrictions, to look at the model of the relationship between the city, Evolve, the regional district, as well as options that would fit the charter legality component is not something that advice that I can provide on the floor. It's really something that would need time. I'd have to have a better understanding of the other models, potentially seek a legal opinion as well. Because if it looks like a duck and quacks like a duck, we could still be called a duck. So just making sure that the rigor is there in the event that council wanted to explore options around under what circumstances could we provide an equivalent of that form of assistance to in support of the program. That is something we could then look at, come back with options on, recognizing that may include potentially not partnering with the regional district on this and having a one-on-one relationship, looking for nonprofits or societies in order to partner with them and again have them as Evolve as a subcontractor. So it really depends, but if my recommendation to council at this point essentially would be if the desire is to find a way to provide a way of waiving those fees or the equivalent of that, that you refer it back to staff and ask us to come back with any options should there be some.
Well, thanks very much. That all makes lots of sense. I'd rather just move the recommendation.
And Councillor Morin.
Which recommendation is being moved?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. Moved by Frisch and seconded by Hillian was option 1 as it was presented on the staff report.
Okay.
And what's on the screen.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to say that I just don't, the reason I'm not supporting option 2 and am more leaning to option 1 is because our corporate officer said that it's explicit in the community charter, and that's my rationale. If there was, you know, a way to support this that didn't put us at risk, then I might be more in favor of it, but I just wanted to clarify those points. I think that, yeah, I think we need to listen to our staff's direction on that. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you for that. And I share your perspective and also some of what Councillor Frisch has outlined, that if there was a simple solution to perhaps, you know, doing those in-kind improvements, then I would be in support of that. I don't see a good case for waiving fees for this business that we charge to our local restaurants. But given that time is of the essence and we don't have a simple alternative solution, I think recommendation 1 is the way to go. And yeah, so I guess perhaps some of these sites will just have to be reconsidered. Yeah, so with that, I don't see any other lights on, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? I think that was unanimous. Thank you. And we've been sitting now for 2 hours and 20 minutes, so I think it might be a good time for a break for some food. So we'll reconvene the meeting at 6:40. Order. Just looking to the Zoom. We have a limited number of counselors here tonight, so we need to make sure we have everyone present in order to have quorum. And yeah, so we're ready to move on to item 5.3.1, Lush Valley Food Action Society License of Occupation and Management and Operating Grant Fee for Service Agreement. And I will pass this over to our staff, Director Saunders.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor to council. Just a brief introduction. The report in front of you provides a recommendation on the renewal of a 5-year license of occupation with Lush Valley Food Action Society, as well as a 5-year management and operating grant fee service agreement to operate a community garden at 721 Grant Avenue. The document provides an overview of the agreements and reasons behind it, as well as a recommendation around providing a one-time capital grant to support improvements of the garden. And staff are here to answer any questions.
Councillor Frisch.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. I just wanted to thank staff for the report and thought it was comprehensive. Of course, I support the Lush Valley garden that's been going on for years now. And I'm actually, if there are no other questions, I'd be happy to move the recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't see, there is a hand up and that's fine. Go ahead, Director Jolicoeur or Councillor Jolicoeur. I'm having a hard time with that tonight.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, I think that the report really highlights the analysis that staff have done and providing a really clear option that supports most of the needs of Lush in their report. I do want to just, name and appreciate the ever-changing environment that our nonprofits who provide services to our community are operating under. Lush's report that's attached to the agenda clearly identifies some of those challenges, and wanting just to lift my hands up to them and their staff and their volunteers and all the members of the community who participate in the community garden on Harmston within the context of some of the challenges they're experiencing as laid out in their report around substance use and some of the interpersonal dynamics that occur in a space that is staying true to its intention of being accessible to all members of the community, and some of the challenges that come with navigating that. So I did want to just highlight some of those concerns, and that I appreciate the partnership that the city has with Lush and the good work that you do in supporting all members of the community, no matter what their walks of life have been and are currently. I guess my question is particularly around the 5-year term of the lease in the second portion of the recommendation. Of course, on our work plan, we have the Harmston neighborhood plan. And I'm just curious, we've heard quite clearly also in the report from Lush, the need to have consistent funding and planning for their own operations and their programs. Recognizing that we haven't yet concluded that Harmston plan, community plan yet. There obviously is lots of ideas and potential opportunities for that lot that the community garden is currently located in. I'm curious if we can hear from Lush and maybe our staff around what might be the impact, say, if that plan is completed and it clearly defines some other use of that lot, and how this service agreement for 5 years might be impacted by that.
Thanks for that question. I'll pass it over to Joy Chan to answer that.
Thank you through the acting mayor column and Councillor Jolicoeur. So even though it is a 5-year term, we've provided provisions for either amendment or if we need to terminate and provide and go into a different agreement, those are in place to change those terms if through the Harmston local area planning or through the park planning it determines that perhaps the alternate site is of a better use for a community garden. But of course, it's be done through consultation with Lush and the community and other interest groups who rely on the garden, that there are provisions in place for that.
Just as a follow-up to that, Acting Mayor, if that's possible, around, and I guess more of a question for Lush, I think that they're present. It does indicate in their report, and also in the staff report, that there's been some indication of moving towards identification of another more appropriate site for the community garden. And I'm wondering if we can get an update on how that's going.
I'm not sure if you want to answer this one, Marita. Go ahead if you have something to add, to respond with.
Sure, and I'm sorry, I think my internet connection might be a little unstable, so I'm hoping people can hear me if I can just even get a thumbs up. I believe the question, and I did miss part of the question, but were we looking at other potential locations for a suitable garden space? Was that the question?
Yes.
Yes, okay. We did work a little bit with the city to kind of look and ask if there was with staff to provide sort of a list of what we thought we would need if the garden had to be moved. And Joy might also want to respond again to this, but at the moment there were not, I don't think that any areas were identified that had the access to water, access to community, and the fencing that we were talking about just for, deer, the purpose of deer. So we are hoping that that will be an ongoing search and that we can work with the city to identify additional locations. We've had conversations with our garden community, and they've sort of suggested some locations, but those may not be appropriate from the city's perspective. So I don't know, Joy, if you had anything to add to that, other than to say it's sort of, I'm hoping that will be an ongoing, that we'll be looking ongoing at spaces that, where the garden could go if the Harmston location has to be moved, and or if we want to have additional gardens. Yeah.
Thanks for that information. Joy, if you just want to hit your mic again. Thanks.
Thank you through Acting Mayor McCollum and Councillor Jolicoeur. And to add upon that, I think through the upcoming work through the community gardening policy development, which is through the strategic planning process that I developed as a priority in 2025, we will look at those other potential sites, determining also how what's the city's role in supporting in terms of providing what type of infrastructure, what type of in-kind and financial support. So I think through that process, we'll be able to determine where would be potential locations for other community gardens.
Thanks for that. I'm seeing a light flash on and off. Does staff have anything else to add? No. Okay. Thanks for that answer, Joy. And I don't see any other lights or hands up. I did have a question also on just this location and moving forward, that, it's, I don't think it's ever been envisioned as the permanent location, and this service agreement reflects that, that it's the location that's best for the time being, and that we're hopeful to find something that is more suitable. And given that, my question is, if at the termination of this agreement, should the site be moved, is the city responsible for returning the site to how it was previously? I'm also thinking of some of the asphalt that was added this week, whether or not that's something that the city would eventually just take on, or if there's a requirement that that Lush need to, you know, and I'm thinking like the soils in the garden boxes and all that other stuff, if that's really the city that takes care of that at the end of the agreement.
Thank you, Acting Mayor McCollum. So through the existing agreement, there are provisions that if the city approves the improvements, we at the end of the agreement can request for their removal. We could also request for any investigations, environmental investigations, to see if there are any hazardous materials or anything, any type of materials that release into the soils or the environment as a result of the asphalt. So we just need to do some more due diligence, some more further work to determine the appropriateness of materials. And we have discussed this with Lush, and they are willing to provide the information that we are asking for, and we'll determine the course of action after that.
Thanks for that. And I see a few more hands up on Zoom. I believe it was Councillor Moran had her hand up first. Go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Just in terms of the provision of having 60 days on either side notice to terminate, I'm just wondering if that's deemed by both parties to be enough time. I mean, it sounds like if something was going to change with that property, hopefully there would be a lot of advance notice and some assistance with a new location and all of that. But I guess I just was curious whether 60 days is enough time if the community garden was to move.
Thank you through the Acting Mayor McCollum and Councillor Moran. So our relationship with Lush is a good one. We would communicate and we would ensure that there is a transition plan. If that were the case, it wouldn't be the case, but we'd give them 60 days and tell them to move and take everything out and move everything and all the improvements. I think we would have those conversations, and it would take time if another site was deemed a better site to work towards putting that in place.
Great, thank you.
And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I do have two more questions. One's in the license of occupation. It speaks to on page, can't remember which page, but it speaks to Lush's responsibility as it relates to waste. I think it's on page, there is no page numbers here. I think page 4. That they'll be responsible for all waste removal, including biohazards. And we saw in their report that that's an issue that they're encountering. And so I'm just wondering if the representatives from Lush can speak to what, and we have also heard from community, neighboring community members that is an issue. And so just wondering to hear from Lush what their plan is to manage that.
Go ahead, Marina.
Yes, so in the agreement, we've been given $1,000 of in-kind for waste management. In terms of just like, let's talk first about garbage removal. We can use that in-kind for the city to collect garbage. I will make a comment that my understanding is of our in-kind support to have the city support garbage removal for the year. So I was a little bit disappointed that it was such a sort of low in-kind amount, because I think that will take a lot of it. In terms of biohazard waste removal, I mean, I can defer to Carly on this, but we do, you know, it really ends up sort of on our shoulders, our staff and the gardeners and others to do that ourselves, which is not ideal. I don't know. I do believe Carly is there in the audience, and could probably speak more to the day-to-day management of waste removal in the garden, if there was anything that she wanted to add.
Thanks. If you'd like to add something, I'd have to get you to come up to the podium because I can't hear you on Zoom. Thanks. Just press the button. Yeah, thanks. Go ahead.
So we have been locking and unlocking the garden nightly, mostly by a peer in the community who's here today. And this has really helped with the issue of people using the garden as a toilet because it's locked nightly. So that is an ask that we had of the city to continue to support that, which we're not able to get, but we have found it to be quite effective with reducing people using the garden as a toilet as well as people sheltering in the garden.
Thanks for that. That's useful.
Yeah, thanks. And then my last question.
Perhaps,
go ahead.
Sorry, I was
Marita.
just going to say perhaps I could just add, I think perhaps I can just add to that, the cost for locking and unlocking is about 1,900, and we would that is a cost that we will need to incur ourselves or take out of the maintenance budget in order to to continue that. So it's just something to note that we weren't able. We had some conversation about that being an in-kind cost, but that wasn't approved in this agreement.
Thanks. And did you have a follow-up, Councillor?
Yeah, just in this last section here, the 5,500 in gaming funds, just wanting to clarify that those infrastructure improvements are in fact flexible in that they can move if there is another site selected, that we wouldn't lose those investments, those gaming fund investments, that they can then go to a new site if required.
I'm just looking to staff here. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through Acting Mayor McCollum to Councillor Jolicoeur. Staff would have to look into it a bit further. The agreement in front of you is for the land at 721 Grant Avenue. And so what's recommended is related to that specific piece of property. Based on the requests from Lush, I would expect that their request to access those capital funds would come pretty quick, and that this is just based on the urgency that they've expressed to us to address a few things. So I wouldn't expect that this is a grant that in 5 years hasn't been spent, but of course that could be something. Lush needs to provide a proposal to staff outlining their capital requests and so on and so forth before the finances could be released if council approves it. If we were to move locations in that time, then we would have to look at a new license of occupation and update the terms and conditions and potentially come back to council for that. So that could be addressed at that time if the grant hasn't been accessed by then.
Thanks for that. Okay, I don't see any other lights on, and we have the recommendation was moved at the beginning of the discussion, I believe. So anyone opposed to the recommendation? Seeing none, that's carried unanimously. Okay, moving right along, we're on to item 6.1, letter from Honorable Ravi Kahlon, Minister of Housing.
Move receipt.
Moved by Hillian, seconded by Jolicoeur. Any discussion? All right, seeing no lights on, anyone opposed to the receipt of the correspondence? Seeing none, that's carried. And item 6.2, a letter from Comox First Nation. It's a request for support and partnership for a community celebration of National Indigenous Peoples Day on June 21st, 2024. And there is a motion for consideration, and Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Of course, our strategic plan outlines how interested we are in strengthening our community and the connection with Comox First Nation. So I'm happy to move that council approve a $25,000 grant to the Comox First Nation in support of the 2024 National Indigenous Peoples Day celebration to be paid from the city's gaming funds. And that $25,000 be allocated from the city's gaming fund annually to provide long-term support to the Comox First Nation for National Indigenous Peoples Day celebrations. And further that the city provide an ongoing in-kind contribution to Comox First Nation for National Indigenous Peoples Day celebration in the form of transportation and parking management plans, signage, staff time, and traffic control for the event.
Moved by Frisch, seconded by Hillian. Is there any discussion on the motion? Councillor Jollyker, go ahead.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, obviously very excited about this, and I guess mostly the second part. You know, I'm not sure if we is this something that we've done before as a city where we pre-allocate funds from the gaming funds for things that that's an event specific. I just worry that there might be a year where there might not be an event, or that the Comox First Nation may have access to other funding sources. There are lots of funding sources for National Indigenous Peoples Day. So I just get curious around why we would want to lock in a certain amount rather than having a budget sent to us and a specific request on an annual basis. So I'm wondering if staff can provide any insight there.
RCA is going to answer that.
Thank you. Through the Acting Mayor to Council. We have committed funds through gaming over a period of time. With respect to another program from the Comox First Nation, the Guardian program, we've included that in our annual budgeting process. Given the community nature of this celebration and the fact that gaming funds come generated through the community, that's why you have that recommendation in front of you as the source of revenue. We would of course take council's direction if we want to pass any of these considerations, and we're free to, if there's edits to those, that would be council's prerogative.
Thanks for that. Does that answer your question? Okay. Yeah, I mean, we're not entering into a long-term contract. We're expressing a desire for this ask not to have to come back each and every year. So just to confirm that it's not something that we can't revisit should the situation change. We're just making it clear that if the event is continuing on in its current form, that we're supportive with this funding. That's my interpretation of it.
Thank you. Through the Acting Mayor, we would be sending correspondence to go along with this, and I believe that would be the funds were related to a specific event. We can make sure that we carefully craft the correspondence.
Thanks. And Councillor Jollyker, you had another question?
Yeah, thanks. It just spurred another question. I think we had clarification that the first line here for this year would be coming out of the council discretionary budget line for gaming. Is that the intent of staff for the ongoing 25,000?
Thank you. Through the Acting Mayor, when we bring forward the budget, we can take the direction from council, or I think we're hearing potentially that could be from the general gaming revenue as opposed to the one identified for council initiatives.
Thank you.
Thanks. All right, I see no other lights on. I'll call the question. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. Okay, moving on to internal reports, speed display devices, 2024 deployment schedule. Does staff want to speak to this?
Great.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, to council. The next couple briefing notes and the next items on the agenda are specifically to operational matters with respect to response to council initiatives, the strategic initiatives around traffic calming, traffic safety in our community. Council will recall staff brought forward a report concluding the 2023 program to operationalize this and continue it in perpetuity within the operational program. This staff report or this briefing note just really articulates the deployment strategy for 2024 and the schedule that's been committed to through this development of this program. Of course, that doesn't preclude additional items to be added as community demand arises for this program. But it also sets the stage for the collection of appropriate data relative to speed and traffic volumes within our community as we embark on the development of our traffic calming policy. So this will be a great foundation for that piece of work.
Excellent. Thanks for that. I don't see any lights on, so I'll call the question. Is there anyone opposed to receipt? Seeing none, that's carried. Moving on, the 40, I'll just wait for the screen to flip over. Item 7.2, 40-kilometer speed reduction program, 2024 implementation plan. Moved by Hillian, seconded by Frisch, and I'll pass that back over to staff.
Thank you again, through Acting Mayor. Just quickly again, as I articulated in the last one, this is an extension of some hard work from staff last year with respect to the outcomes of the trial or the pilot program that happened in Crown Isle. Council resolved to further that program to all residential roads within the city's jurisdiction. And this has been supported in the financial plan within a capital investment of roughly $75,000 year over year. Staff time allows and financial resources allow for the implementation. Briefing note articulates the particular areas of interest relative to 2024, which is a 500 meter radius around all the schools with first area of focus. We anticipate those works to transpire commence shortly after the approval of the financial plan and the city's budget. We anticipate that it'll take the better part of the year to complete this, and we'll work in collaboration with our communications department to bring this information to public light. There is a specific note in this particular briefing note about future bylaw amendments. As council may be aware that the Motor Vehicle Act does allow for municipalities to change the default speed limit. However, some recent case law has been specific to its articulation of need for it to be included within our bylaw, specifically for each segment of road that we do so, and we can do that by mapping. So we anticipate bringing that for council's consideration shortly. That doesn't preclude us from moving forward. However, it just really solidifies that it is validated within our traffic regulation bylaw in compliance with the Motor Vehicle Act as the case law starts to develop on these circumstances.
That's really helpful. I don't see any. Oh, Councillor Morin's got her hand up. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say that this is really good news, and I'm really happy that we're going to be implementing this around all the schools. Super important, and I hope the press reports on this good news story. Thank you.
Thanks for that comment, and I'm in complete agreement. I don't see any lights on for discussion, so I'll call the question. Anyone opposed to receipt? Seeing none, that's carried. Thanks, Kyle. All right, moving on to council resolutions. Councillor Cole-Hamilton is not here tonight, unfortunately, and Councillor Frisch is going to move the motion.
We'll change the nameplate even. Would you like me to read the whole thing or just the motion? You know what I'll do is I'll give a quick briefing. It's basically it's entitled Need for Federal, sorry, does it say? Yeah, Need for Federal Financial Support for Municipalities. And I thank Councillor Cole-Hamilton for bringing this forward. It basically has to do with federal policy to continue population growth in Canada, which I'm sure has great benefits. But in short, it leaves municipalities in a tough spot of having to find ways to have housing built and, of course, all the infrastructure that cities need to provide to support our communities. And so with that, the end of several programs that the federal government typically funded and being in talks of renegotiating others, it is suggested that it be resolved that the City of Courtenay write to the Prime Minister Justin Trudeau and Minister of Housing, Infrastructure and Communities Sean Fraser, advocating that the federal government work with agreement signatories and municipalities to maintain the CCBF as a source of direct, predictable, long-term funding for local infrastructure priorities, commit to the next generation of infrastructure programs, including a new program for water and wastewater infrastructure, and an increase to the Disaster Mitigation and Adaptation Fund, and convene provinces, territories, and municipalities to negotiate a municipal growth framework to modernize the way municipalities are funded to facilitate Canada's long-term growth.
Thank you for reading that and making it more concise. That was moved by Frisch and seconded by Jolicoeur. Is there any discussion on the motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. Anyone opposed? And that's carried. Moving right along, item 8.2, Federation of Canadian Municipalities nomination for Councillor Cole Hamilton. And I'll pass this back to Councillor Frisch.
I'm happy to support Councillor Cole Hamilton. Of course, he'll need to bring this forward at FCM, hopefully in the capacity as one of their directors. So I'll move that it be resolved that Council of the City of Courtenay endorse Councillor Will Cole Hamilton to stand for re-election on FCM's Board of Directors for the period starting in May 2024 and ending June 2025. And be it further resolved that the city assume all costs associated with Councillor Will Cole Hamilton attending FCM's Board of Directors meeting that are not covered by the UBCM FCM Small Communities Travel Fund.
Thanks for that. Can I get a seconder?
Second.
Moved by Frisch, seconded by Jolicoeur. I see you've got your hand up. You can go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Acting Mayor. A question to staff, just on the second, be it resolved. If staff can speak to what this might actually potentially mean for the City of Courtenay in terms of covering the costs as it relates to the existing program to support small communities and what we might expect over the coming year as costs. Thanks.
Thank you through the acting mayor to Councillor Jolicoeur. Specifically, this fund was created to assist and broaden participation across the country. Broaden participation within this province for communities to be able to participate in activities across the country at a national level. Recognized originally when created, this fund was that it's extremely challenging for small communities to fund, participate, and have input on important matters. And so we have received information and confirmation from UBCM that the Small Communities Travel Fund is in place and applicable and will cover the costs of Councillor Cole Hamilton's participation. If UBCM changes that, we would be part of that dialogue as representatives at UBCM, and my understanding it's discussed through their executive and then as well with their membership.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. And seeing no other lights or hands up, I'll call a question. Is there anyone opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. All right, we're moving on to unfinished business. We have a reconsideration for an agenda item that was a request to appear as a delegation to council, Comox Valley for Palestine. This was considered at our last meeting, and it's come back for reconsideration. And Councillor Morin, I see you have your hand up. You can go ahead. You're on mute.
I guess we need to consider whether we're going to reconsider it first. Is that the process?
Yes, I'm getting nodding heads.
Do we need a motion for that, or is it for reconsideration?
We're just going to get some guidance on procedure here.
Through the acting mayor to council. So the first part is council would need to introduce a motion, so mover and seconder for the reconsideration. Then that item would then be back on the floor, and then council could treat it as if they had not made a decision previously on it. So that would allow council to amend, refer, defer, approve, or defeat. And then if there are any other further procedural items, I can help advise at that time as well.
I'll move that it's, the item can be reconsidered.
Second.
Okay, moved by Moran, seconded by Jolicoeur. Councillor Frisch, you have your light on. And this is on the reconsideration.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I supported not moving forward with considering this item at the council meeting on April 10th. And I stand by that. I think that this is well beyond the scope of, first of all, my understanding, but also my ability to have much of an effect at this table. Not to mention that I feel like there are dozens and dozens of issues of great importance in this world. But I don't know that we have time to deal with them all at this table. And I actually would like to suggest that possibly we let the mayor take action on this on his own. If he wants to write a letter in support or, you know, calling for peace and all the rest, which I fully support, of course. And so I'm not going to.
Point of order. I don't know, is that part of the discussion more for down the road or?
I think it's in order, although I'm looking at our
Okay.
corporate,
Just
officer
clarifying.
saying perhaps not.
Okay.
I
I won't put any more debate on the floor.
Okay,
Thanks.
thanks.
Excuse me.
Okay, so given that this isn't a debatable motion, my apologies. So I thought we could debate the reconsideration, but I'll call the question. All those in favor of the reconsideration? I'm in favor as well. Okay, so moving right, yes, I should have said that Councillor Frisch is opposed, given that not everyone can see the room. And back to you, Councillor Moran.
Great, thank you. I wanted to give my rationale for asking for it to be reconsidered.
Yeah, please go ahead.
Yeah, I realized at the meeting, well, first of all, I felt that we came to a decision pretty quickly and there wasn't a lot of input and we didn't ask any questions. And I realized afterwards that I, in fact, didn't really know why it was on the agenda because normally delegation requests don't come to council. So my rationale for bringing it back was primarily to get clarification on the process. And my understanding is there's some procedural issues with bringing it back. And then I do have more to say perhaps after that, but I just wanted to get some clarification. Because I think the public was not clear actually what actually happened there and why.
Yeah, thanks for that question. I'll let staff answer it.
Thank you through the acting mayor to council. Under the procedure bylaw regarding delegations who wish to appear before council regarding a matter that is outside the jurisdiction of council are not permitted. Therefore, when the original delegation request came in, staff denied them based on the rules of the procedure bylaw. The delegation then asked what the appeal process is, and the appeal process is to ask council to consider them as a delegation through a suspension of the rules, and that's where we are today.
Okay, thank you. So in speaking to that, I actually would like to, I'm not sure that, I basically would like to defer this until we can have some conversation about what course of action. I'm not convinced that, I think that there's a way to move forward with this in a different way. Considering the delegation was not approved for procedural, reasons.
Okay, so are you making a motion to defer?
Yes, thanks.
I'm just looking to staff. It was moved by Moran and seconded by Frisch.
Thank you. So Councillor Moore, can you clarify? So typically when a motion to defer is brought forward, it's defer until such time as, or defer until you can receive, or there's clarity, because to defer straight up, unfortunately, does not provide any direction around when and under what circumstances that item can come back to council for consideration. So can you elaborate a bit more for the purpose of the resolution and the direction, please?
Yeah, I'd like to defer it probably until the next meeting, so that we can perhaps talk to the parties on some sort of action that could be agreeable, that we could bring back, that would not be a delegation. Considering that the delegation is not within our procedural policy.
And sorry, to clarify, who would be liaising with the delegation on options?
Well, there's been some communication with the group, not with the entire council, but just to allow, I guess, some conversation about what could be a more appropriate action.
So I don't want to put words in your mouth, but did you want to just make a simple deferral to the next council meeting? We also have the challenge that there's 4 council members here tonight. So
yeah, I mean, it's really just to get a bit more information, so that we can maybe address some of the concerns, but also allowing for not having a delegation because it goes against our procedures.
I'm just going to pass it to our CIO here.
Oh, thank you. Just want to maybe insert myself in the dialogue. The party that has requested the delegation has been advised they could send correspondence, which council could receive and take action. The matter at hand is being a delegation. So if council, if I may suggest, and at any point, council could receive correspondence on an agenda. So recognizing that members of council are not, some members of council are not present, that is an option. I think you may wish that. We want your advice that you received from staff. The reason why our procedure bylaw was considered and approved by council is to make sure we have access. There's a consistency. So just to be clear, conscious decisions were made by council to make sure that we had orderly and accessible time for delegations. The process has been laid out and followed. An appeal has been made to council. And so that can unfold. A way to get information to this council without any further deferrals or consideration of delegation, et cetera, is to send correspondence, and can include pictures, any component of that, and council would then receive it and can take action at their discretion. So I offer that for your consideration.
Thanks for that. Councillor Moore, I'm not clear if you, actually I'm looking to staff. I don't know that you have what you need at this point for the motion. And
yeah, I guess what the CAO described is kind of what I was trying to get at, that we would receive information and then go forward from there. But I don't know if that means that we, yeah, sorry. I was trying to find the simplest way to deal with it without getting into, you know, wordsmithing emotion on the fly or something like that. And it seems like I've kind of made it complicated again.
okay, I'm gonna pass it over to Councillor Jolicoeur, and maybe he has a suggestion here.
Pressure. I was just going to support Councillor Morin's suggested plan of action. I think that there's an opportunity here for us to receive clear correspondence from the party around what actions they would like for us to take without them actually coming as a delegation. And so if we can make that as a motion, if that means defeating the requests to delegate and then subsequently pass, tabling another motion asking for specific correspondence from the group that highlights the actions they would like us to take, that would provide us the context for a decision.
I'm going to pass this back to staff.
So I'll provide some advice based on my current understanding of what you're trying to achieve. So the motion that's on the floor is currently a motion to defer. It has been moved and seconded as it is. So the discussion around some of the changes that you're talking about is not part of the current standing motion. My recommendation to council is, if the desire or will of council is for staff to go back to the delegation and request that they submit additional information to provide further clarification regarding their request of council. I would say ideally, Councillor Moran could withdraw her original deferral motion, and then somebody could introduce a new motion directing staff to request further information from the Comox Valley for Palestine organization, so council can make a more informed decision.
I can withdraw my motion.
Thank you. And I see the seconder nodding, and I think that's all we need. So we have no motion on the floor. Does someone want to make a different motion?
If Councillor Jolicoeur has it in his brain, he can go ahead. Otherwise, I will.
Go ahead, Councillor Moran.
Well, I basically like the way staff had worded it to go back to the group and ask for correspondence outlining their what actions they would like council to take, and then we can discuss it at a future meeting.
Thanks for that. I think our Director of Corporate Services is drafting something more precise, and we'll have her read it out. Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to
one moment.
fix that.
Yeah, thank you. Just give her a minute.
So how I've drafted, based on what I believe is the intent of council, is that council request further information from the Comox Valley for Palestine regarding their request of council as originally outlined in the correspondence submitted at the April 10th, 2024 council meeting. So by linking it with the original correspondence, it provides clarity as to what the further information is in regard to without providing more explicit details within the motion itself.
That looks great. That was moved by Morin, and did we have a seconder? Seconded by Jolicoeur. Any further discussion on this motion? Oh. Councillor Fresh.
Yeah, I'm just going to quickly point out that I'll likely vote opposed to this because we have a lot of business to take care of at the city here, and I just don't feel like this is part of our business, but that's my reasoning.
Thanks for providing that. And seeing no other lights or hands up, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And any opposed? Opposed by Fresh. Okay. Moving on. Item 9.2, community priorities for RCMP fiscal year 2024 to 2025. What we'd like to do is call a special council meeting in order to address the scheduling of this meeting with the Comox Valley RCMP detachment to enable us to have a discussion around community priorities. We had a resolution to do this as a committee of the whole, and we have some procedural restrictions in doing it in that format. So in order to proceed with a special council meeting, we need to rescind the motion that was passed at the February 28th meeting. And I believe I need someone to move this, and I have Councillor Frisch's light on, so please go ahead.
Yeah, could I ask a quick question to staff? Just for the public, what's going to be the difference between a committee of the whole and a special meeting for the public?
Thanks for that question.
Thank you, Councillor Fresh. Committee of the whole is typically more of a workshop style. At the same time, like as you would see tonight, we have delegations, we have presentations that are with staff at the same time. The reason why we typically don't have committees of the whole is our council meetings and our committee as a whole meetings are typically fairly interrelated. It just is a bit more of a casual approach. One of the nice things about this approach is in order to call a council has to pass a motion, which gives us only 2-week intervals to align any potential meetings. And it has been challenging to find a day where all members of council are available. And this is a matter of significant importance to all members. So really by changing to a special, which can be called with just 24 hours notice, that will allow us to take advantage of any opportunity to have all of council in the room, as well as meeting the availability of the RCMP simultaneously. The meeting would still have notice provided. There would still be agendas. There would be minutes. It would be public. It would be streamed. So really, aside from me knowing the difference, it really won't be felt by the public at all.
Okay, thanks very much. Then I'm happy to move. Do I need to say a move that we rescind the resolution of February 28th, 2024? I need to read it.
It's on the screen,
Oh,
so we'll save the talking. So that was moved by Frisch. Could I get a seconder? Seconded by Jolicoeur. Any opposed? Seeing none, that's carried. And then do you require another motion, or the mayor will just call a special meeting once a date and time is determined? Sorry.
The motion that was just passed includes direction to the mayor to call the special council meeting as soon as we're able to find a time that works for all members of council to participate and the availability of the RCMP.
Oh yeah, that's I see that fourth paragraph covers that. Thanks for that explanation. And over to our CAO.
Thank you. Through the acting mayor, I don't want it's been quite a wide-ranging council meeting. I just wanted to let you know for council's reference that I spoke with our acting detachment commander, and he's keen to have an opportunity to have broad participation. So although we also have some timing, we also all collectively recognize it's important for people to be accessible, and asked that he work with staff to schedule around schedules.
Thanks for that. And I think we voted on that. I'm starting to lose the thread here. So moving on to our bylaws. Bylaw 11.1, first, second, and third readings for the 2024 to 2028 Consolidated Financial Plan Bylaw 3130, 2024. And oh, sorry, I just realized your mic's off. Yeah, moved by Fresh and seconded by Moran. Did staff want to speak to this?
Thank you to council. The Consolidated Financial Plan bylaw in front of you represents the culmination of about 6 months of work and possibly longer for some of our frontline staff. And it includes all of the direction that was provided when we had the consideration of the draft financial plan approach. Mr. Langemeyer is here for questions and any clarification you want. I wanted to just appreciate the work that we did with council and the clear direction related to a number of items. And it's going to set the stage for our financial planning for 25, 26, 27 likely, as well as some important considerations on upcoming capital, service levels and the like. So really excited about starting likely very shortly the 2025 financial plan. Thanks.
Thank you for that. Councillor Jollycur.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. Yeah, I've got two questions top of mind for me is in our presentations to date on the consolidated financial plan, and the PowerPoint presentation we received from staff, and in some of the work that was done around community engagement on what they'd like to see in their budget, we had grouped together police and other sorts of enforcement activities. And I note on page 5 under operating expenses, those are separated. And I'm just curious if we can speak to where, for example, bylaw could be captured in that, because it's not explicitly kind of mentioned in this, nor is kind of corporate services listed in here. So wondering if staff can speak to that.
I'm sorry, for some reason, this doesn't let me turning your mic on. Do you mind just choosing the one beside you? Over to our CFO.
Thank you for the question. That is a really nice question to be asked, because actually quite a bit of work went into creating the bylaw. So prior to this year, we used Excel for our budgeting, and bringing the bylaw, it was really a repeat of what we did last year. So how our organization was structured compared to how the bylaw read wasn't clear. So now we've really clarified it. Bylaw services are captured under general government. In prior years, bylaw, fire, and police were captured under one bucket called protective services. But you'll note we don't have a director of protective services. And so there was this disconnect. And so going forward, we're aligning our financial plan categories with our city's organizational structure.
That's very helpful to know. I'm glad to know that we are more aligned across the divisions. Acting Mayor, can I have another question?
Yes, there's no other lights on.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just for the interested public, it's to, we spend a lot of time on our future and current capital projects, and they are quite significant. And I really appreciated that staff took the time to really lay out some of the things we're doing around reserves. But I'm wondering if the approach that's laid out in the staff report that speaks to special projects and capital projects and the relationship between debt, surplus, and reserves, if you can speak to the way in which that we're presenting a plan to really take a balanced approach to planning for those capital projects.
It's another very nice question. New for this year is that listing of special projects. So in prior years, we'd have these special projects, these initiatives that would hit our operating expenses. And it would be hard to look year to year why a certain department's operating expenses might have swung by $200,000. But it was due to a special project. So now all the special identifiable projects are broken out on that listing in the appendix. A number of those projects are funded by prior year surplus. Some see funding from grants that are available specifically for them. Since special projects are operational in nature and we don't have an asset at the end of it, we can't use debt to fund these. So at no point in time will you see a special project funded by debt. When we flip over to the capital plan, our total capital plan authorizes $34 million in spending. Of that, 12.4 is coming from debt. So a bit more than a third there. Going forward, as our reserve levels start to dwindle, we still have capital projects needed to be completed. So further out in the years, you see the portion of debt for capital projects increasing. In my report, I identify that we are putting more money into reserves, but until we have those monies solidified in the plan to put them in, I can't really rely that future councils will change that direction. So likely what you'll see over the next couple of years is these projects that are becoming closer and closer to the year they're actually being done. Their funding structure will likely change depending on our current reserve balances and what the debt environment is doing out there.
Very
Thanks for
helpful.
that. Did you have any other questions?
I did, but are there other lights? I guess it's just.
There's only 4 of us in this meeting tonight, so
Okay.
there's a limited amount of possible lights to go on, so you can go ahead.
Yeah, so in the bylaw number 3130, a bylaw for the city of Courtenay 5-year financial plan, on the last page, we have spent a fair bit of time, and I know we'll be talking more about permissive tax exemptions, but it's right at the bottom there. The second bullet, cumulative value of permissive tax exemptions shall not exceed 2% of the total tax levy of the previous year. Do you happen to have that number and where we're at in terms of, are we near that 2%? Are we at that 2%?
So that line is included in the bylaw as a requirement of the community charter. Community charter states you must identify some of the permissive tax exemption policy guidance within your financial plan bylaw. This 2% has been in place for many years. We are working on what the future permissive taxes will look like. So we could see this number, this reference change in future financial plan bylaws. As it sits right now, we have not approached the 2% of prior year's taxation revenue for permissive tax exemptions.
Thank you.
Thanks for that. Yeah, I don't see any other lights on, and we certainly had a lot of discussion on this process in previous meetings. So given that, and no one else has any thing they'd like to add, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Moving on, 11.1.2, the property tax rates bylaw number 3131, 2024. Councillor Frisch.
Thanks, Acting Mayor. I'll move that council give first, second, and third readings to the property tax rates bylaw number 3131, 2024.
Could I get a seconder?
Second.
Moved by first, seconded by Jolicoeur. Does staff want to speak to this?
I'm being queued to speak about this. So the property tax rate bylaw is the actual mathematical tool we use to raise the property taxes as approved in the financial plan. I want to highlight that the city collects taxes on behalf of many other taxing authorities. And at times it feels a little bit unfair as we're collecting the taxes and kind of getting the mean eye from the taxpayer coming in. So that being said, it's something that's the system we have, and that's what we'll do.
Thanks for that. That was brief. In previous years, we have talked about a multiplier and how it relates to our different property tax classes. And this year, the report is structured in a different way. And my question is, because there is a balancing that goes on between mostly our residential taxes and our business, and in calculating these rates, do we look to just have the same proportion of our budget funded by business and residential, or are there other components that go into that calculation when we're determining what those two rates are?
So the approach taken this year and in prior year was applying that across the board increase. So the discretionary tax increase this year is 7.47%. That's applied to business, commercial, light industrial, farm properties. Some places will choose to really adjust and focus on the multiplier piece, but it becomes challenging because you have this one focal point of the tax multiplier that is driven by your tax rate. Typically, your multiplier is based off your residential rate. And what can happen is when you have assessments that change substantially differently by class, but you're always trying to keep to like a 3-to-1 multiplier rate, you end up shifting your tax burden differently by what might be communicated in, say, the 7.47. In the February 28th presentation and the follow-up in March 13th, there was a table in there that identified all the tax burden and the assessment and how that ratio worked together. Going forward, if it's something council wants to look at, is saying, hey, we want to change our tax burden, either put more or less in a certain class, that's something that can be done. This year, I'd want to highlight that council did authorize increasing the tax burden on the class 2 utility rate. So that overall actually lowered the taxes a little bit for all the other classes.
That's really helpful. So when going forward and in this financial cycle as well, we're looking to apply the increase basically evenly across our two main ones. And then there's some, maybe some minor adjustments that happen this year and possibly next year, but basically the business and the residential make up the vast majority of what we're collecting, and we're going on a go-forward basis, applying the tax rate, the tax increase evenly. Thanks. I don't see any other lights on. I'll move on to calling the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Moving on to adoption, 11.2.1. Oh, I'm sorry, I looked right past that. Go ahead, Councillor Fresh.
Yeah, thank you. I guess there's been some correspondence from the DCBIA looking for an early payment. I imagine this, well, I'll just leave it to the CIO if he could update us a bit on what's going on in that realm.
Yeah,
the city manager, my apologies.
Thank you through the acting mayor to council. In discussions with the DCBIA, they took a lot of heavy lifting with the assistance of our legislative services staff to finalize a revised and updated requisition for the BIA area. They also at the time discussed, the transfer of funds, and in the past, we had not transferred funds until tax collection. We want to make sure that all I's are dotted and T's are crossed. Other organizations that we fund receive monies slightly earlier through their service agreements. In deliberations with the Director of Finance, there's very little risk that somehow there will be an issue related to the collecting and distribution of monies. Given that making a change to deliver those monies earlier would be consistent with how we treat other recipients of city funds. It's our thought, should council want to, accelerating the DCBIA payment would be in order.
Thanks for that.
Yeah, if I
Sorry,
may,
Yeah, go
point of
ahead.
order. What are we considering right now? What we have
We're
on the
not,
screen?
we're about to get a motion, so we're just getting some context from our city manager, and Councillor Fresh is about to move the motion. And there is some notes in the agenda that was distributed to council before the meeting. Go ahead.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. And I'll just give a brief, some of my knowledge from being on the DCBA over the years. They would often have to float their budget for a full year. They had a fairly small budget, though their new one is a little bit larger. And they generally spend, they generally spend most of their budget every year, which left them in a tough position early on in the year. So I could see why they're looking for an early payment so they could run their fiscal year with money in the bank. So with that, I'll move that council direct staff to pay the DCBIA their 2024 requisition of $120,000 on adoption of property tax rates bylaw number 3131/2024.
Second.
Moved by Frisch, seconded by Moran. And Councillor Jolicoeur.
Yeah, thanks. I see it now here in our package that was sent electronically. I guess my curiosity, I mean, we don't do this for any of the other tax class. I've heard the city manager in terms of those that we have a service agreement with. So this is a little bit different because this is a tax specific for a specific group. But I guess my curiosity is what happens. So this is the 120 is what we hope to be able to receive as revenue from the DCBIA tax. And how do we consider those who don't remit their taxes, who don't pay their taxes, and how would that be managed?
That is a good question. So with property taxation, a municipality has the ability to sell a property at tax sale if the property has not paid their taxes within 3 years. This carries the same risk. Once council adopts a property tax rate bylaw and it has adopted the financial plan, that solidifies the amount of taxes being collected on each property in the municipality. If a property chooses not to pay, that doesn't substantially change, it doesn't change the amount of tax that will be recovered from that property when it is sold at tax sale if they don't pay for the next 3 years. So the risk of non-collection would be the same if we pay or forward the money to the DCBIA on adoption of the bylaw, or if we forward the money at the latest date per the DCBIA bylaw, which is September 1st.
Thank you.
There is also a penalty for late payment, is there not?
Yes, correct. If you don't pay your taxes in time, there's a 10% penalty. You can still not pay them, but the penalty will not change essentially our ability to collect through the property tax sale method.
So first a 10% penalty, then proceeding on to other methods of collection being, is it 10% for each year penalty?
Nope, 10% penalty one time. And then once you roll over to the next year, it's daily interest at what the rate is.
Thanks. Okay, seeing no other lights on, I'll call the question. All those in favor? No, passes unanimously. Sorry. Okay, moving on to 11.2.1. Corporation of the City of Courtenay Fees and Charges Amendment Bylaw number 2988, 2024. Moved by Frisch.
Second.
Seconded by Moran. Any discussion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Moving on to 11.2.2, Council Procedure Amendment Bylaw number 3132. Counselor Frisch,
I'll move that council adopt council procedure amendment bylaw number 3132.
Second,
moved by Frisch, seconded by Jolicoeur. Any discussion? Counselor Moran, go ahead.
I just wanted to point out that I've been following this new procedure during this meeting, even though it hasn't been approved yet. I've tried to keep my camera on as much as possible.
We appreciate that, given that we're just on the edge of quorum, so thank you. Seeing no other lights or hands up, I will call the question. All those in favor? And that passes unanimously. Moving on to council reports. This should be fairly brief. Who's first in this list? Councillor Jolicoeur. Oh, we'll do a random order tonight, I guess. Sorry about that. Go ahead, Councillor Jolicoeur.
No update.
Thanks. And Councillor Frisch says he passes, so we'll, I guess I'm next in this list. I'll also pass. Councillor Moran, did you have anything you wanted to share?
No, I'll pass, thanks.
All right. That brings us to our last item.
Motion to adjourn.
Yes, please. Thank you. Thanks, everyone.
Thanks, acting mayor, and thanks, staff. Thank you.